Testing 1 2 1 2. One, two, 1 2.
There will now be a moment of silence of prayer or meditation.
Recording in progress.
Please be seated. Honorable members, I would like to remind delegates that the rules, in particular, sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 applies in this sitting. In accordance with Council Rule 229, sub-rule 1, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable members, before we proceed to question 1, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the Peace and Security Cluster, specifically the Minister of Defense and Military Veteran, Minister Motshekga, as well as the Minister of Police, Minister Mkhunu, and the Minister and the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, State Security, as well as the Minister who has joined us in today virtually, Honorable Minister Nchabeni. Also to welcome all the permanent as well as all the MECs and all other special delegates who have joined us in today in this sitting. I'm also told that the SALGA representatives are also in the house. They are welcome. Further, I would like to remind delegates in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules that the time for reply by the ministers to question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question would be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is only 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes by the minister. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question that has been asked, that was put before the House. If a new question is going to arise, therefore, that would then mean that would be subject to the minister whether she is prepared or not prepared to take the question at that moment. If the minister is unable to do that, honorable members will accordingly defer that question back to the minister so that she can give in a written response in that regard. Having said that, I now take this opportunity to call Minister of Defense and Military Veterans to respond to question number 18 as asked by Honorable Phala. Over to you, Honorable Minister Motshekga.
Thank you very much, Chair. And don't ask me how I know that it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Chair.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Chair, I must go to the podium. Okay, I thought I could answer from you.
Yes, you're welcome, Minister, to take the podium.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also acknowledge my colleagues and also acknowledge all members who are here. And thank you very much for the opportunity to come and respond. Our response is that indeed, Chair, there is a plan by the department to have these consultations with military veterans. They have been planned to start between this year and next year. They are being clustered. So we're going to have the first consultation with veterans in Northwest, in Gauteng, Northwest Limpopo and Mpumalanga is going to happen on the 24th of November. We're also going to have another consultation with them in the Eastern Cape, PE, and East London, it's in December. Free State and Northern Cape have been clustered together, and then Western Cape. Chair, indeed, these consultations or these sessions are already aimed at achieving the parliamentary strategic objective to increase and to ensure participation, but to increase access and improve the quality of participation through enhanced programs and involve indeed the military veterans. And these sessions, Chair, will be in a form of information sharing, the communication of and event sections within the department will coordinate the sessions and neighboring provinces will be clubbed together at central venues. Chair, if I'm not breaking protocol, can I sit there so that I can take down the questions when are being answered? Otherwise, I'm not sure how I'm going to facilitate.
Honourable Minister, you can proceed with, as soon as you're done with the first question, you can then proceed to the second one. And immediately after that, I'll then open it to the House.
Okay. So then I can proceed to question number 28. Okay.
And have you responded to question 2? If you're done with both, I then open it to the House. There's 18, 1 and 2.
No, thank you, Chair. So I'm saying the second question wants to know when we're going to finish. And the response is that the department has registered already 2,078 new applications in the military veterans database since the inception, and from a total of 17,171 who have applied. So the military veterans who have applied to benefit up to date are 1,228, which are already being paid. But as you can see that the 17,000 that is applied, we've only verified 2,000, we're only able to pay 1,238. So that's the second part of the question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We will now take the follow-up question from Honourable Pasha. Pala, sorry, yes. Honourable Pala, is there a follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair of the session, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I hear that you are planning to meet the veterans in around November. We are happy about that you meet them and engage them and deal with their challenges. These are the issues which we have been worried about, and we really need to see you dealing with them and reaching a conclusion. Because here, Minister, we are speaking about people who were involved in the liberation of this country. So we really want to see their issues being dealt with through those engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was more of a comment, Minister. Don't know if you want to say something in relation to what has been said by Honourable.
No, yes, Chair, and indeed, Honourable Member, the issue of military veterans is very important, very desperate, and that's why we're trying to put everything in place to make sure that we can honor them for the work and the contribution they have made by already giving them the basic things that we had promised them as a country. So we are treating it with utmost seriousness and with utmost agency. And we do commit ourselves that we will do whatever we can within our powers to make right what we have to make right. Thanks very much, Member.
Thank you very much. The follow-up question is from DA, which will be asked by Honourable Bishop. Over to you.
Chair, I'm this side, and my surname is Boshoff.
Boshoff,
Thank you very
my
much.
apology.
No disrespect to you, Minister, but on behalf of my party, seeing that I'm the first one to stand up and part of the GNU, also happy birthday to you. Minister, You claim that you are having interactions with the veterans, and we heard from Mr. Parla the dire straits that our veterans are in, and it's been on the table for how many years now, and nothing seems to be drawn to a point. And yet the Deputy Minister has also had extensive discussions and consultations with these veterans in April 24. Would you then say that these issues that were raised have been resolved, or are they still on the table? Or do you not trust the outcomes of these meetings that you now need to again in November meet with them? Can you see how it frustrates not just the broader public out there, but the military veterans as well? Because every now and again, there's a new date, but nothing gets resolved. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Over to you, Minister.
Member, I can assure you that these matters are being attended to. They continue to be on the table, and I agree with you that these are all matters that were supposed to have been dealt with, but there have been a number of complications that have delayed also the resolution of some of the matters, especially, for instance, on the database, where the department discovered that erroneously there were people who are on the database who were not supposed to have been there. There are people who are supposed to have been there who are outside the system. So the verification and the cleaning is taking its time. So to go and interact, it's to really assure the members of the veterans that we are dealing with matters that they have raised and on an ongoing basis, and explain to them where we are. Because there are also very sensitive steps which have to be taken where people have to be removed. So I need to engage them so that people don't wake up in the morning and then they are told that we've really come to a conclusion that it should not be on the database. So it's to really update members, because you are correct. These are old matters that have been there, and the pace is also not adequate. And it's to really keep on informing them and assuring them and telling them where we are. So I admit that it is important that we communicate, but deal speedily, because these matters have long been raised by the veterans, and they've always been on the table, and they need to be dealt with decisively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up is from EFF, which will be answered, which will be asked by Honourable Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we hear you, but we are concerned about the slow pace at which the military veterans are receiving their pension benefits. What is more concerning is that many veterans are elderly, ill, and battling poverty and hunger. So, what are the reasons for such delays in payment, and which time frames have been put in place to ensure that all veterans are paid? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, member, we are all equally concerned, as you correctly said, people who've really paid, who have paid or the greatest price for us to be here and even for us to be speaking. So it's people that we have to honor and respect at all times and make sure that indeed we make good. So your concerns, we share those concerns, we share those anxieties. But as I am explaining, that from the reports that I've been getting, there have been some difficulties in the process which you can't proceed without sorting. For instance, one of the processes that we've entered into is to put this matter of pensions to the government pension fund, because they have systems and database to be able to deal with issues of verification, and also have a very tight system where you can add or subtract a person without any strong IT systems, which the department didn't have before. So this matter has been dealt with, and it's a matter which concerns overall government, the pension systems, the welfare, because as we say, others are old, some are ill, as we say, they're confronted by poverty. And that's what makes it very urgent for us to act with speed. When we want to finish, as soon if we could do it yesterday, we could have done it yesterday, but we depend on the systems because they have to be verified. And we have agreed that at least not more than 18 months, we should have been able to sort that. So I'll be misleading you if I can say we'll do it by tomorrow, because it's a process. And that's why we have to keep them informed of where we are, what the challenges are, and resolve those challenges with them. But we share your concern, and I agree with you completely.
Thank you very much. The next follow-up question is from Honorable Majola.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and happy birthday, happy birthday to the Honorable Minister. My question is, Honorable yes. Honorable Chair, my question is, have all the relevant departments effectively put into an action the provision outlined on the document titled Consensus of the Technical Task Team and the Liberation Struggle War in relation to support the Liberal Struggle War veterans? If not, what are the reasons of the delay or non-compliance? Two, what is the current status of the progress made into this point? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, member. You'll be surprised. This very morning, we had a meeting with the Deputy President, who is now responsible for following up on the matter of the presidential task team, where all these matters that you are raising are contained. Because the previous Deputy President was responsible for the matter. So what we have to do, because there was a task team which was put in place to deal exactly with that consensus document and have different work streams, about 7 of them. So what we're doing is to monitor, to say in housing where we are, in health where we are, what are the delays. So there are processes, there are work streams, we deal with the different areas that have been identified in the document, and we do respond to the Deputy President. And the work streams are at different levels of progress. As I say, the pension fund, we've given it to the government, a pension fund to assist us with the data, to clean the data. Some of the matters are in legislation. We have the lawyers who are dealing with legislative matters. Some of the matters that are in the document are just beyond the department. If, for instance, military veterans want their criminal cases to be expunged, we have to work with the Department of Justice. So there are there's different progress with different departments, and I don't have the document in front of me now, member, where we can really show you progress in different areas. So there are sections which are making lots of progress. There are sections where we raised with the Deputy President that are challenges. For instance, in terms of schooling, there was an agreement that kids will be schooled. The department has run out of money, so it's to really get Treasury to open the 2024 registration for children to be registered. So all the work streams do report progress, and those work streams are coordinated by other departments. All we do as a department is to monitor what other departments are doing and report to the presidency, because the presidency is coordinating the task team that is dealing with that consensus document. But we can share, Chair, the full report in terms of where we are with the different work streams.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to question 28, which has been asked by Honorable Gotzel. Looking at the question, Minister, it's a class that, therefore, I will allow you 5 minutes to respond to this question. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is about the defense review, which does continue to be the national policy on defense. I can also share with you that today, Deputy Minister Holomisa is in the department dealing also with the defense review, which, as I say, remains largely valid and appropriate, though there are some other areas that we think can be improved. But it was also predicated on certain assumptions that the department will be able to have all the finances to pay for all the things that are in the review. So the review implementation plan, it does give us direction, and it was developed with a certain budget, and it was approved by the Defense Council, which was supported by parliamentary committees. So as part of this process, the budget task team was set up between the Department of Defense and Treasury, but I can say disappointingly that we've not been able to get all the funds that were in the review, but I can confirm that aspects that we were able to, which we were able to implement, were implementing. So, Chair, notwithstanding the plan was not funded due to deteriorating national fiscal situation, with a number of consequences that prevented the implementation of the review fully. But the current strategic dilemma facing the department over the last few years, the department has continuously found itself having to deal with declining budgets, which have affected the implementation. And due to the above-mentioned constraints, especially the financial ones, the department has been forced to adopt a short-term view with increasing constrained value proposition to the South African people. And thirdly, the significant reduction in the defense baseline has, as I say, substantially affected the execution of some of the commitments. So the practical resources constraints in the country have affected us. It has become evident that we have to review it and see how we live within our means, and that's what we're doing. But under the leadership of the ministry, and as a guiding the Secretary for Defense, there are complex issues and intricate issues which we have to deal with and ensure that at all times we have a defense force that can do its work despite the constraints. The work must also be done to posit a long-term defense trajectory, which we're also looking to say we're not too short-termist, but we're able to look ahead. And the outcomes of this work will also give rise to fiscal expressions, and albeit the difficulties that the country is facing financially, we are constantly engaging with the presidency, but with Treasury, to make sure that we are able to live up to some of the very central commitments that are in the review. And the above things that I've raised should be translated, as I say, long-term funding, which is what we're engaging Treasury on, but also saying, how do we use the current limited resources to be able to meet the objectives of the review? And we're constantly monitoring it. As I said, Deputy Minister Holomisa is with the department just to monitor the implementation of the review. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now call upon Honorable Godzel to make a follow-up question.
Minister, you failed to mention priorities. 11 years after Cabinet approved the Defence Review, the first milestone, milestone 1, has not even partially been achieved. Landi Afrika Kutsia and a 10-year-old daughter burned to death in a dilapidated SANDF-issued house in Postmasburg, which was declared unsafe to live in more than a decade ago, whilst your department provides Superman-themed rooms for the children of generals who earn 2 million rand a year. The hollowed-out army and our military hospitals are dysfunctional because of the deployment of its members to Mozambique and the DRC. Those who are there are not even equipped or fed properly, yet 126 million rand has been spent on 12 return cargo flights in the last year. The Navy has no combat-ready vessels and is hamstrung by an ineffective arms corps. In 2018-2019, it had 12,000 sea hours. Last year, it decreased to 2,770. The Air Force has no strategic airlift capacity. Its members' flying hours has significantly decreased in recent years, and it has hardly any capacity to effectively conduct maritime territorial patrols. Our military hospitals don't even have ambulances. You will recall that one of the last going ones was used to take Tata Madibo to a very dilapidated one military hospital on his deathbed, and it broke down in the middle of winter. So, Minister, do you agree that there is no political will or commitment to implement the Defence Review, and that the South African Defence Force is in fact in crisis? If you do not agree, when will your department provide the select committee with a full presentation to the contrary?
Honourable Minister, can you please respond?
No, thank you, Chair. Let me start with the last comment that we are willing at any time when we are invited to come and account, we will do it. It's part of our responsibilities. Just say when we'll come and give you the full account, because it will even help to also break some of the myths. Some of the stories are true, some of them are rumors, and I can't respond to all of them one by one. Whereas if we are going to give you a full report, we can tell you how far we are in housing, so that it's not, the challenges are not only with the housing of your former members or their families, but we even have challenges with even the houses for the soldiers themselves. I recently went to one of the bases, and I was also quite unhappy with the state of disrepair also where our soldiers are kept. We, in the department, we say soldier first, they're the central piece of our work, but there's still lots more that we admit has to be done. In terms of hospitals, I don't know, I use Mill 1, I didn't see the dilapidation. I go there, I was even here the next week, so I'm sure the sections that you know are dilapidated. That's why I'm saying if we really give you a report, I can tell you, I went to Mill 2. Mill 2 looks like a top private hospital. Obviously, there are challenges, members, but the exaggeration to say it's dilapidated, to speak about went to Madiba 10 years back, I can tell you, I use the hospital personally, Mill 1, for different reasons, to make sure that we monitor and engage with the hospital. In terms of ambulances, yes, they need more ambulances, but to say the one that got stuck with Madiba 10 years back, it's the same one we're using. We have bought a fleet of ambulances. That's why, Chair, to be able to answer point by point, I want to accept the invitation through you to come and give you the entire report. To say there's whether political willingness or unwillingness, I don't believe that the department will itself spearhead a process of a review, go to Parliament, and then refuse to implement it. It's to really cast aspersions at the integrity of the very department itself. But what is a problem which I've raised throughout the years, some of the points we're raising, throughout the years, the department has been suffering from a declining budget, which has affected their capital expenditure. You're quite right that we don't have enough planes. Most of them are in disrepair. Budgets are being identified, and the process with AMSCO is in place to make sure that we have. Indeed, also the challenges about the Navy. Yes, indeed, I went to the naval base in Simonstown, and I did see that there's some of our boats which are not working, which are supposed to be working. But to say that there's nothing, it's not true. I saw maybe they had hired one for my presence, I don't know. But what would help is that we give you a report which then will be able to deal with the needs, will deal with the truths. And I'm the first one to admit, because I have no interest in hiding. It's in our interest to get the system going. We constantly engage with Treasury to say, you have to help us before the system collapses, because the level of poor funding is affecting the effectiveness of the defense force. And you're quite right, it reduces the number of time on air, number of time in the sea, even the number of time. I mean, I went to the military headquarters. They were also telling me that, Minister, we're already, if nothing comes, we're at 50%, which might be dangerous because we do want them to have full supplies. So I admit to some of the things we're saying, but I'm saying I'm also exaggerating, member. And that's why I'm willing to come with a full report, and you'll identify the areas that you want me to report to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We would request that the committed detailed report that you are promising, if you could forward it within 2 weeks, we'll then appreciate it, and we'll accordingly forward it to the portfolio committee to interact with the report. Thank you very much. I will then allow EFF through Honorable Gerige to ask a follow-up question.
Thank you, birthday chair, and good afternoon, Madam Minister. Given the recent setbacks in the Department of Defense with regard to the casualties in the DRC, international participation in other African peace processes, and poor circumstances of soldiers in the country, the EFF is of the opinion that the 2015 Defense Review is outdated and does not speak to the current status of defense in South Africa. Can the minister or has the minister put any plans in place to review the 2015 plan? And if so, what are the details and by which date can we expect an updated version? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, can you please respond to the question?
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I've said before, that plan is 2015 is really outdated. Circumstances have changed, and that's why there's a review of the review. I did indicate that, for instance, Deputy Minister, who I have tasked to deal with the review, and also are getting teams to really get us to review the review, because it is in very many ways outdated. And we should be able to come with a review, because we're going to use it also as part of the bidding to Treasury, so that in the next financial year, we come with a realistic request which is informed by the latest information that is happening. So we are working on the review. When we'll be finished, I am not sure, but we have to be done before the financial year and the budget process for 2025 starts, because we do want to have preliminary results which will enable us to make an informed bid to Treasury. So in short, I agree with you that the review needs to be reviewed and is being reviewed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up is from ANC, Honorable Midupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and happy blessed birthday to you. Honorable Minister, once more, thank you for the elaborate response. However, I've got a question for you. Do you have any plans to engage with the Minister of Finance, having indicated all the challenges that are confronting your department, to ensure that defense budget does not decline any further? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Member. As I said before, it is for me the priority. We've started engaging with the Minister of Finance. We have agreed on the things that he wants us to do. He wants us also to look at our audit report to say where there's bleeding in the department, how are we going to stop it so that we don't ask for money when there's bleeding already, where we can have efficiencies, where we can. So the whole process of re-looking at our current practices and the budget is underway. We have agreed with the Minister of Finance that end of September we'll give him responses to the questions he wants us to address, but the engagement is ongoing because the ongoing underfunding of the Defense Force is extremely dangerous. I don't think it can go beyond this and for us to safely say we are defended. So it's very important that Treasury appreciates the need for reconsidering the baseline of the Department of Defense and be able to give us more money. It may not be all the money that we need, but we have to say priorities, your ships, your planes, your arms, and quite also a number of things that are necessary, the accommodations for the soldiers, and also the update of our hospitals, which are also very vital. So we are going to meet with Treasury by end of September with the responses that the Minister has asked for.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question by Freedom Front Plus, Honorable van den Berg.
Thank you, Chair. Minister. Just to clarify the original question that was referred to, and that is regarding the performance agreements with departments. Minister, do you have an implemented system of measurement with key performance indicators, evaluation and consequence management that you are actively enforcing in your departments? Or how do you measure success in performance areas in the National Defence Force? And then how many of these departments do get clean audits? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Minister.
Chair, I think it's yesterday that we got our audit report. and can sadly say 2 of our entities had unqualified reports, 2 main ones had qualified reports. Your military veterans and your Department of Finance, but your agencies like AMSCO and the Heritage Site here had unqualified reports. So what we are currently doing then is to say which areas have led to the qualification and deal with, we call it an audit rectification process. So to really deal with those areas that have been there. In terms of performance indicators, fortunately I come into a department which was occupied by other people. So I did find those reviews. So we're measuring what we are currently finding against what had been put in place and understand what went wrong, especially with those other 2 departments, and what is it that we need to do to review. So I don't have to put fresh indicators. They are there. I found them. I'm comfortable with them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We will now move on to the next question, which is question number 28, asked by question 20, which is asked by Honourable Mananisa. Again, Honourable Minister, you have 5 minutes to respond to the question.
No, Chair, just about the obligations of peacekeeping vis-a-vis our security. The peacekeeping missions deployments do not at all compromise our obligations to safeguard and support, to safeguard our country and its people, but also to support other departments for internal security situations. The department, the South African National Defence Force, is able to deploy adequately for both internal operations and external missions, up to 3 deployments simultaneously. The second answer is that participation and deployment in peacekeeping missions in the region, continent, and globally is the country's obligation to contribute to peace and stability in our region and in the world in particular. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Is there a follow-up question, Honourable Mananiso?
Thank you, Chairperson, and happy birthday. Minister, let me thank you for your comprehensive response. And it is encouraging to hear that South African National Defence Force can deploy in external missions and still safeguard the security of the nations. My question to you is that, does the declining defense budget affect these deployments in any way? Thank you.
Thanks. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Member. Indeed, just the budget constraints do make work quite difficult. But what we do is to make sure that we really don't risk either our personnel, but also our, the country's safety. So there's always a struggle to get the balance right so that we can be able to do our work internally, but we can also continue with the missions outside. So I won't say it constrains, it doesn't constrain, because there's always that struggle to get it right. And I'm confident that we are getting the balance right to make sure that we are able to do our responsibilities in both ways. Thank you very much, Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We'll now take the follow-up question from Honourable Badenhorst, representing DA.
Happy birthday, Chair. Honourable Minister. It's a harsh reality that our military infrastructure is crumbling, and it's even harsher that your budget is being cut the whole time. You've just answered the question now where you spoke about balance. So my question to you is, how will you balance sending troops to the Democratic Republic of Congo, ill-equipped, with the result incurred casualties from attacks as those on the 26th of June 2024, which resulted in the death of 2 officers and 20 wounded? How do you balance our actions in Africa, all the while trying to modernize the defense force? So I know you said you're trying to balance things. Explain to us, how do you balance it? Thank you very much, Minister.
Can you respond, Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. The DRC mission is not only, it's not a South African mission that just walked out of the country, went to the DRC. It's actually a SADC mission, which is not only funded by us as the country. So it's not our war. It's the war of the continent. So there's core funding to it. So it's not like it's taking all our resources from the country. There is a UN funding that comes to support the DRC. In terms of balancing, as I said, Chair, it's to make sure that the main things are in place: the safety, the well-being of our forces, and the protection or the fulfillment of the mission. So when I say balance, to make sure that the basics are in place, that they have equipment, they can reach their destination. And unfortunately, as you correctly say, that the unfortunate thing about war goes with casualties, which is very sad. You don't want any casualty. But from where we sit and from the reports I get from which are very frequent from the chief of the defense force, we are coping under very difficult conditions. We're making sure that our soldiers are protected, are well equipped, and are properly fed. And if there are challenges, we're able to respond to them timelessly. Because as I say, fortunately, we're not there on our own. We're there as part of a mission with other countries and also with other protection beyond ourselves. So that's a balance, just to make sure that the basics are in place.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will revert to Honorable Farmer. He has requested for a comfort break. Whilst we await his return, I will then move on to Honorable Chira Bongose from EFF.
Thank you so much, Slalo. Minister, I think our anxiety is that there is an imminent budget drop, but we aren't appraised precisely on what the effects are and what exactly the department is doing in detail. Maybe I am reiterating a very important sentiment, but that's because it's not coming across in the responses of the minister, because the budget drop is affecting the operations. And if we create an impression that it's not affecting the operations, then we run a risk of continuing with this particular modus operandi and thus thwarting the efforts of the department, which affects a certain group of people and affects us domestically and even affects the continent. And I think it's important to note in detail what exactly the minister and the department are employing to counter the budget drops, because the budget drops don't measure up to the inflation rates, and we know how that affects daily runnings of operations. But the minister in the response is not appraising us in detail how that exactly is being responded to. Maybe if you put it in numbers, Minister, then we'll be able to see that, okay, if the supply chain and management or the resources for the weapons has reduced to this amount, this is how we counter it. Then we get these particular weapons instead of these ones. Because right now there's a blurry picture of how we are seeing the department employing its efforts in relation to the fact that there is a budget cut that's imminent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Can you respond to the question?
I thought from the upfront, I did say the budget cuts are affecting the department in different ways. The member had asked, I said it's reducing, the member here, reducing the time, even for training young people on air, it's reducing our time in the sea, it's reducing even to deploy younger people to come and replenish the army so that we have younger people boots on the ground. So we can spell out what, so it's actually in different areas that there are problems. So if you want specific details to say, we buy these arms for this much, I'm not sure you discuss those in a questions a section to say, you say which arms we're now buying, and these ones we're not buying, we're now buying these rifles. I don't know, but I'm saying, and I'm admitting that indeed with the reduced budgets, there are these consequences. So the other matter, I can see you raise your hand, so I thought you were going to allow me to answer, and then when you're unhappy, you can come back. Otherwise, I'm not sure if I should continue answering.
No, continue, Minister. Can you please lower your hand, Honorable Chira? If there's a follow-up, just give her an opportunity to respond. We will accordingly allow you time.
So, Chair, I really want to repeat that I did admit upfront that the budget cuts are a problem. I did admit upfront that we're engaging with Treasury to really assist the department to stop the further decline in terms of the work that we do. I did indicate that what are the impacts. One member had asked to say, reduce hours on air. It's true. Reduce numbers of hours in the sea. It's true. Very scary number of armaments that we need. It's true. So I've admitted to those things, but the details now of which arms we use, I don't know if I'll have to get to military intelligence to discuss those things in a parliamentary question or not. But if the chair wants me to do it, I'll come and give an answer, but I can't answer what I've not been asked.
Honorable Chira, please lower your hand. Allow the minister to finish first, unless you raise on a point of order.
It is on a point of order, Slalo. It's on rule 46.
In terms of rule?
46. I wanted to ask the minister in relation to, because we are talking about the question about peacekeeping, minister, and you are saying you are spending less time in the air, there's less young people employed and taken in. So the question is in relation to what are the efforts to counter those issues employed by the department? Thank you.
Honorable, okay. There's another point of order on which rule, because I wanted to rule on what the honorable has just done now.
Thank you, Chair. Then you've covered me.
Honorable Chira, I told you earlier on that I'll afford the minister an opportunity to make her response to your question. As she's busy with that, you're becoming so impatient and, to a point where you can't even stomach the response that she's giving, whether you like them or not. If there are any gaps in that regard, allow her, just be patient and be tolerant. Allow space to finish. As soon as she's done, I will accordingly afford you an opportunity to ask that question for further clarity, based on information that you feel so strongly that she may have omitted. Just be patient, give her time. And this is for the last time I'm giving you this warning. Please. Thanks, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chair, another point of order. When you invited the honourable member to indicate the rule, she made reference to Rule 46. And Rule 46 refers to movement in the chamber.
No.
So the rule was not correct. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Whip, we've already made a ruling. So she stood up on something that she was a bit naughty. So we have made the ruling in that regard. So she's a naughty girl. So the minister will just proceed and accordingly. And if she continues to be naughty, she will forfeit the privilege that I've just given to her. She just needs to be patient and listen. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
No, Chair, I thought I've answered to the best of my ability, but if the member is not happy, then I think she could put it in further rights, because what I gave her, it's what I thought she was asking. But if she has a different understanding, and we don't share the common understanding.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any follow-up question, Honourable Chira? You fine? Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to Honourable Farmer to ask the follow-up question.
Thank you, Chairperson, and may I also use the opportunity to congratulate you on your birthday. I'll be awaiting the cake. Chairperson, I'm actually covered on my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. We now move on to the next question, which is question number 7, to be answered by the Minister, which is asked by Honourable Siwisa. Over to you, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Also, thank you very much for the question. Chair, the response that there's a multidisciplinary teams that are there in the department, which deal with both mental and health issues in the Defence Force. And the Defence Force mental health practitioners routinely conduct mental health assessment, mental health promotion, and awareness of the programs. And the routine mental health assessment, they do form part of the concurrent health assessment, which they call CHA, which is performed in order to ensure early identification and management of potential health issues. And the mental health assessment is a requirement for every member of the Defence Force to undergo once every 24 months. Furthermore, for any member who's already diagnosed with a mental health issue, the relevant intervention is taken or treatment begins immediately and continue until the member is fully recovered or back to optimal functioning. Any member of the Defence Force who's diagnosed with any mental health issue is immediately allocated to the relevant mental health care practitioners nearest to the member's place of work or residence, where the mental health care service are provided until the member, as I say, is optimally functional. So information relating to the number of members who may have received any intervention is normally treated as operational information and is classified. But Chair, I can share with the House that, for instance, the Department of Defense has almost 143 social workers that work for the department. There are 197 psychologists. There are also psychiatrists which are part of these teams that work on this chart. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Is there a follow-up question, Honorable Siwisa?
Yes, Chairperson, and masego le matlhogwana la ka letsatsi la gola go gola. Minister, voluntarily, some of these officers or reservists don't come forward because of the fear of being labeled or classified as being unfit. So the prevalence of anxiety and depression is relatively high in the South African military. Depression in military officers is often associated with lack of support from superiors, irrespective of you saying that there are people that are available to give the assistance. But for the mere fact of being labeled, these reservists and officers do not come forward. And it is often reported then that when these reservists report psychological problems, they are classified as unfit and cannot perform their primary duties, are then at the risk of losing their jobs or not being recalled back to duty. And so due to the fear of losing their jobs, they keep quiet. In light of this, has the minister considered early intervention and management strategies for high-risk groups? If so, please provide details of these early intervention programs in place, taking into consideration that there is staff on site, but the reservists are afraid to come forward because they're afraid of being labeled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I said in the response, that before any deployment, I'm told that every member, even reservist, goes through CHA, which is called your concurrent health assessment. So all of them will go through it. And even before problems are identified, sometimes even problems members are not aware. And that every 24 months, there's compulsory assessment. But I'm sure, like in other situations, anything in place, there'll be issues that fall through the cracks. But from the question of the member, I assume that they're already, you'll not be very normal not to want to be assessed if you're normal. So I don't know why would a person not want to be assessed and assisted for their own good and for the good of the people that are going to interact. But the question is that, or the answer is, member, there's pre-assessment, there's ongoing assessment, and there are systems in place to support members when problems have been identified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now move on to Honorable Kotsa to ask a follow-up question.
Minister, it's indeed very good to hear about the CHA and about the ongoing programs. My earlier question was about priorities, which you seem to have missed, but this question too is about priorities. Despite the severe shortages and shortcomings in South African medical health services 1, 2, and 3 military hospitals, which you also denied earlier, National Treasury has made a substantial amount of money available for the upgrading of the SARM's VIP unit to attend to the medical needs of the President, Deputy President, and ex-presidents, including their spouses. A president receives their generous salary for life, and one of their benefits is that the state pay for full medical cover for them and their spouses until they die. Deputy presidents, as members of parliament, are members of PARMED, and therefore do not require a parallel unit over and above this cover to see to their medical needs. As a matter of fact, some deputy presidents have been able to seek medical attention in Russia from time to time, whilst fully covered ex-presidents are so well covered by the state that they make full recoveries from serious illnesses in record time after having been released from jail. In light hereof, do you agree that the upgrading of a VIP unit within the South African medical health services should not be seen as a priority, but that attending to the well-being, mental health, and medical needs of South African National Defence Force members in active service should rather be prioritized? And are you willing to give an undertaking to this effect?
Thank you very much, Honorable Kotsa. Honorable Minister.
No, Chair. The fact that the unit has been upgraded, I'm not aware, so it's a matter that the member knows, and I won't deny it. Whether there's no priority to the hospital, as I said, the member must go to Mill 2 and see the state of art of that hospital. So from where I am, because even when I went there for a visit, I went to the ordinary wards, I didn't see this VIP, but maybe it's there. But you're quite correct. If you have to prioritize, and that's what I've said in the department, that it's soldier first. So we have to make sure that the needs of the soldiers and of the members of the defense force are put as a priority. But now that they go to Russia and other stories, it's another story. But it is important that the services for everybody, especially for military veterans, are adequate, are up to standard. I know for a fact also that if the facility or the services can't be rendered, they're even sent to private hospitals, which I had a problem with, to say we have to make sure that we have adequate capacity, because it becomes even more expensive if we source out some of the services. So it is a priority that our members should be there. That people go to Russia, I'm not, but it is important that we get our systems in place to service our key members.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is from MKP, Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chairperson. Happy birthday. Good day, Honorable Minister. The current DoD interventions on all health services discriminate against military veterans dependent on non-statutory military veterans. Unlike dependents of former SANDF and Bantustan military veterans, dependent of non-statutory armies are not provided these crucial services. If the department is serious about comprehensive health and well-being support for former liberation armies, we'd like to Minister to explain why it is that the dependents are excluded from these much-needed services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, can you respond?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I can confirm with Memam Kwenyori, that's a matter which has been brought to attention, that military veterans do want their dependents to be on the medical system. We've costed it because, again, when wishes are horses, beggars could ride. So is it viable? But our view is that they have to be in line with what the laws are. So even in your insurance system, if you have a child who's 42, perhaps is dependent on you, they don't qualify to be on your medical system. So what we're advocating for is that dependents of military veterans who are 18 and below, who are still at school, should be covered by what the members are receiving. But it's something that is receiving attention, is being costed, and also carefully considered so that you also don't overrun what is there, because nieces and nephews sometimes, and people who are your dependents can be your grandchildren, so that there's also a proper vetting system to protect the fiscals. But the point that you are raising is very important. It has been raised by the military veterans themselves that they want the dependents to get the benefits they're getting on health. So it is a matter under consideration. It's being costed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question, follow-up question, is from Honorable Nonkonyane from the ANC.
Chairperson, honorable members, good afternoon. Happy birthday, Chair, from the Home of Legends. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for such elaborate reply. Congratulations to you in general. Indeed, the department is in capable hands. Arising from your response, the services that you have advised us, are these services also provided to the members deployed in the continent, particularly in the conflict areas? That is the only question that I would like to pose on behalf of the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Nonkonyane. Over to you, Minister.
No, Chair, I can confirm that every deployment or any contingent going, they go with a full complement of healthcare services. Your South African medical health section of the department always accompanies any defense force wherever they go. And even the military hospitals are on standby. If something serious that can be dealt with there, they are quickly evacuated and brought into the country. But the long and short is that indeed these services are available to all deployments and all deployees inside and outside the country. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now we go on to the next question. That is question number 35, that was asked by the Honorable S.A. Zulu. Honorable Minister.
No, Chair, it's about the military bases that were found in Mpumalanga, whether, let me read what I prepared as an answer for you. If you give me a second, Chair. It's on the system. So, but basically, Chair, we can give you details. Basically, what would have happened in Mpumalanga when this military base was discovered, it was through the assistance even of communities. It was a joint operation. So all the time, through the military intelligence, the police intelligence, but also with community members, such difficulties do appear, are detected and dealt with. So what is our plans to protect? Because we don't plan with the criminals what is going to happen, is to be vigilant at all time, but sometimes, as I said, it goes through the cracks because of some of the problems that happened in this instance, where visas were given outside the country, valid visas, they came into the country. So which means it would have easily escaped the scrutiny of both military intelligence and police intelligence. But when it was discovered, it was dealt with, unfortunately, with the support and cooperation of the communities in that neighborhood, these things were detected. And what are the plans that government has to allay this climate of fear, of threat and security? We can assure South Africans that I have no doubt that both our military and police intelligence really are on top of the situation. They're able to deal and detect such matters and deal with them decisively. So I don't think there's a need to feel threatened, but what is important is to constantly encourage our people to also be vigilant, because they also have to be the eyes for government, to be constantly vigilant and report any abnormal incident, as this was detected, mainly confirmed by committees who did identify strange people who are white in complexion but who don't speak English, who are very aggressive. Then they could see that they're strange, these people are white, they don't speak English, they don't speak any African language, there's something funny, and we're able to detect. So we also rely on communities to work with the state, and there's no need to panic, but to really support government.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now we go on to the follow-up questions. And the first one is from the Honorable Majola, the MKP.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Thank you to the responses from the Minister. One Honorable Minister is still feel threatened if your responses still state that the most reliable source in terms of spotting these kind of events is still entirely up to the members of the community. But my follow-up question is, do we have, at this stage, after we have deported back to their places, know what was the nature of the training? Do we know what sort of equipment during the training were used? Does all the above mentioned, the nature and the equipment, complied with the South African legislations? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, communities are also their own keepers. So communities have to work with government to make sure that as a team or together, we can deal with any threats that confront. So I don't think you rely solely on them, but they're just equally important participants in their own safety. In terms of the other part of the question, do we know what arms? Yes, indeed, the whole audit was done of what was found there. In terms of the legality of the practice, hence it had to be shut down because it was against South African laws that only the South African National Defence Force can run any military training. So it was illegal, and that's why there are all these legal processes in place to deal with that breaking of the law, because it's only the Defence Force which can do military training. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now we go on to follow-up question 2 from the Honorable N. Pina of the DA. Honorable Pina.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for joining us here today in the NCOP. Minister, you partly answered some of my questions, but more specifically so. Many have known for years that these military camps existed in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. Yet the camp was uncovered, was found without your assistance. The locals actually assisted, like you correctly said, with discovering these camps. Now, my question is, Minister, was your department in any way involved with regards to intelligence of these military camps before you were made aware by the public? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly. The member will assist me. Yes, indeed, communities assisted in reporting this clandestine, and from there, because it was reported that there are funny people around, then military police intelligence went in to search for these, and so they discovered. So it's not communities that knew where the camps were, who was there. It was police intelligence and military intelligence which was able to follow up and track and find them where they are. So they were involved, and that's how it was found. Communities didn't know, they just knew there were funny people around. So in terms of, I think the other question, member, I missed. So the government knew whether I'm sorry, Chair, I was writing notes and then I missed the second question, if you don't mind, member.
Honorable Member, would you like to clarify the question, please?
That's fine, Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Minister, if you could just clarify, before this was brought to the attention of the military and the police, was your department aware of it? without the involvement of the public. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, your response.
No, but if they were aware, they would have moved for it. The mere fact that they got information that there were strange things happening, they went to investigate, in particular police intelligence, and then called in all members of the cluster to say there is information that there's something strange, and they went to do the investigation and came up with these matters. They would not have investigated what they didn't know exist, but they were just using that information to go and do the investigations. Yes, indeed. By the time the camp was involved, both police and military intelligence got involved in discovering the place. So that's what I really want to explain, that's what happened.
So there's no negligence.
You're out of order, Honourable Badnos. Honourable Badnos, you're out of order.
No, you're quite right, Nick Jones, let me say so, because SASA was also involved. I'm sorry, I missed out other departments. So there is Nick Jones. Nick Jones. Don't be silly, what job? You're out of order when you enjoy it.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I will now go on to the follow-up question number 3 from Honourable K. Kesa of the EFF.
Thank you very much, Minister. Following the arrest of the 95 Libyans on the 26th of July, 2024, who were released on the 15th of August, 2024 in White River, and given the visible evidence of military activities in the camp, what measures have been put in place to regulate private military and security companies? What measures has your department put in place to ensure that the training provided by these companies does not turn into military training? And lastly, what does it say about the ability of your department to pick up on these matters before they happen? Thank you very much.
Your response, Honourable Minister.
Chair, there are adequate laws. That's why it was quite easy to rule to say what is happening, that it's illegal. Because there are laws about who can train on any security matter, who can train security officers, who cannot train, the role of the defense force. That's why it was a straight case, because there are laws in place in terms of regulating the training space. So I don't think there's need for any laws. In terms of saying the department or the Ned Jones, as the clever member of the DA was educating me, there are mechanisms in place to detect. Otherwise, you won't need structures if you're not going to look for problems that they exist. So those structures are there to do their work. As I said, they started doing their work. That's why they discovered the breaking of the law. To say the capacity, I really have lots of capacity now, or military intelligence, I can say, member. I really think they're capable men and women who really do a lot to protect and safeguard the country. So the Ned Jones is very strong. It's a very strong structure. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question, number 4, comes from the Honourable Mudipe from the ANC.
Thank you once more, Chair. Honourable Minister, let me appreciate the communities who work together with the intelligence services to bring the matter before, to actually report the matter and work with the intelligence, with our intelligence. However, Minister, earlier on some of the questions that honourable members asked, you touched on the question that I want to ask. However, I will want to continue to ask this question so as we eliminate the fear and threat that is there. The national, Honourable Minister, is the country national security in any way threatened by the existence of this military training facility?
Honourable Minister, your response.
I really don't think there's a threat at all, to be honest, in many respects, unless I underestimate or underplay the threat. I have lots of confidence in our Ned Jones in terms of jointly confronting very difficult situations, especially when the country comes in with hard power. Then we can be sure that things are under control. So I have lots of confidence that there's just no threat. There will be incidents like this. And I repeat, communities have a responsibility themselves to be part of their own security and the security of the country. There's nothing wrong with communities being part of security and playing their role. It's their responsibility also as communities, and support and work with their government to make sure that they are protected. So there's no threat, I can assure you. And I can assure you again that I'm confident that we're up to the task as the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes the responses for question 35. We'll now move on to question 21. That was asked by the Honorable Noe from the ANC. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of really contributing to our strategic objective of job creation and reducing unemployment, there's a number of programs that the department has in partnership with other state departments, and we continue as a department to play our role in contributing towards curbing the escalation of the high employment rate amongst our young people. The Department of Defense annually recruits unemployed young people for military skills development since 2003, and these recruits are selected from all the 9 provinces based and are laid down to select different areas. We normally recruit your grade 12s or even equivalent, and for applicants who are between 18 and 22, but also we've increased now the age to go beyond 18 and 22. The second part of the question is, in giving effect to the broader public service internship program, the department also has introduced what we call the Department of Public Service Administration, who annually recruits unemployed youth who also possess tertiary qualifications and provide them with 24 months work experience, which enables them to go to the work market. The Department of Defense, in partnership with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, were jointly involved in the implementation of Youth Leadership and Development Program. And this program is amongst other programs aimed at empowering unemployed youth with skills for possible employment in the agricultural sector. And in addition, Chair, the South African National Defence Force has partnered with the Gauteng Department of Community Safety to bolster their safety wardens training program to fight crimes in Gauteng as one of the examples, but other provinces are following suit. And the multidisciplinary program, which has been embarked by the department, as mentioned above, does contribute towards curbing unemployment. But we can also say even the defense industry itself is generating income to contribute towards the economic welfare of the country, where we export arms ourselves to other parts. We export to about 35, the defense industry to 35 countries in the continent. It generates income for the country. So again, it helps with high-level skills that young people come and train as pilots, and when they're trained, they can go and find work in other activities. So it is quite a big catalyst in terms of job creation, but also in skills development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now the first follow-up question, Honorable Noe.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the House. Thank you, Honorable Minister and the larger House. Let me also wish the Chair of the House happy birthday through you, Deputy Chair. You'll convey that message. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the elaborative response you gave. However, one would like to know, based on the multidisciplinary program that the department is engaging on with other departments, whether at the end of the 24 months program, those who will have been trained, obviously will have raised an expectation even within the department, whether the department has got any program to absorb the very same trained young people within the department to give them a work opportunity. Thank you.
Your response, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The answer is yes. The majority of those that are trained will be absorbed in the department for further employment. Those that have not been absorbed will become your reservists, which are called upon on an ongoing basis. but there's also a program to divert and lead them to other directions in the Defense Force where they can go and do further training, for instance, such as divers, as pilots and other things. So there is ongoing employment, diversion, but also retention of those that would not have been absorbed to be part of your reserve team. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from the Honorable Makasini of the EFF.
Thanks, Chairperson. Lina National Chairperson of the House. Considering the substantial portion of SNDF budget allocation to composition of employees, how does the SNDF plan effectively contribution on job creation, Minister, particularly in reducing the youth unemployment while we are managing with the budget constraint? Secondly, Minister, are there any specific program or initiations with SNDF aiming to create job for the youth? If so, what are those programs that you are having in your department? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your response, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think understandably, a department like Department of Defense, yes, it's intensive in terms of infrastructure, but it's also labor intensive. You need many boots on the ground, so you need lots of people. That's why it will be spending some big portion of their budget. The biggest problem with budget cuts, it's in terms of your tools of labor, your planes, your trucks, and other things. That's where the problem, not in terms of the budget. And the main aim of the department is, as I say, it's quite clear, the objective is to defend the country, defend the people, so that becomes your priority. Your job creations are your auxiliary services to aid the country, so that doesn't become your sole responsibility. So what you will do, you will try as much as possible to absorb soldiers to be able to meet your objective. You will cooperate with other government departments to sweat the very opportunities that are there, but also to skill young people so that they find jobs. But job creation, yes, it's very important for the department, but the priority is these salaries that are paid to the very soldiers themselves, because our objective is to defend the country and its people. And then you can when you have capacity, like your training capacity, use it to aid government's objectives. So, and it does play a role without necessarily being deflected, because you also don't want to lose focus on your main objective of being a defense department.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable M. Peter of the UDM. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've withdrawn my questions. I've informed the SG of this House. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister, your response.
Deputy Chair.
Okay, so there's no response to that. Sorry, I was distracted for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. So now we'll go on to the next question. That is illegal mining. Sorry, Honorable Ryder, I think you got the next supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Welcome, Minister. Minister, the Defence Staff Establishment has for years not been aligned to Treasury's budget approval for the department, and as a result has cut into other budgeted areas. It's clear that if the department wants to pursue job creation, it needs to cooperate with the private sector, and I think you've made that point yourself. The President Ramaphosa himself has also confirmed that government should create an environment which promotes private sector job creation. Now, you also correctly identified that the South African defence industry already employs thousands of people. But Minister, they regularly bemoan, the industry regularly bemoans the lack of support from the Department of Defense. So Minister, I'm asking you, will you please commit to a meeting with the South African defense industry to engage on these perceived barriers and obstacles with a view to improving procurement processes, and then report back to this House on ways that we can help you in this regard? Thank you.
Your response, Honorable Minister.
Chair, I can confidently say the question is late. I just had breakfast with them yesterday, and we have agreed with them on time frames of meeting for the first time to sort out the very many problems they have raised in that breakfast. All the matters we raised about procurement, late payment, and all alignments that you referred to. So we've agreed that in the first term for now, we'll be meeting monthly just to deal with those. From there, we'll be meeting quarterly. But that meeting has happened, and we can give you a report of what we've agreed with them at that meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think that concludes your response. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence and your response.
Honourable Deputy Chair, sorry, right here. Is there any way that we can ask for these heaters to be switched down? Nobody can live under these circumstances. Thank you.
All right. Now, I've already requested the staff to switch on the aircon, so I think that will be sorted out. I'm just informed that it has been switched on, honourable members, so you can be comfortable. I've been advised that we now move on to this questions on state security by the Minister and the Presidency. Is the Honourable Minister joining us virtually?
Virtually, Honourable Deputy Chair. Virtually.
All right. The Minister and the Presidency will be joining us virtually. Honourable Minister, are you with us? It doesn't seem like the Honourable Minister is able to join. All right, okay, she's trying to join us, I think from some faraway place. Let's just allow a few minutes.
GNU was quiet today.
You're focusing.
Yeah.
You're focused. He knows GNU. I think the police
Is IT assisting us with trying to get the Minister? Honorable members, I'm just being advised that we can take a 5-minute break and we will try and sort out the IT issues and then we come back at exactly 20 to 4, please. Thank you.
Police is here. Minister of Police is here. You should just
Because they should right now.
Deputy Chair, I propose tea break for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay.
Minister of Police is here.
How are you? Sure.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, Minister Ntshavheni. Could you please test your microphone?
That's the secret 25 years less.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Minister, we can hear you. Thank you very much. The House is just adjourned to give you time to join, so the proceeding should commence shortly.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Hi, support. I want to find out, are they going to follow the order paper in terms of questions?
Minister, good morning. Minister, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, Minister.
Good evening. How are you? Good evening.
Good afternoon. How are you, Minister?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. We're going to reconvene now.
Are they going to follow the order paper as it is, or they're changing the order?
No, the order paper, we follow in the question paper as it is, Minister.
Okay.
Is it possible to show your video, Minister?
There's no Zoom in China, so I'll join on the phone.
Oh, I see. So it's not possible to have your video on.
No, you accept. Yeah, you accepted me on the phone. I'll explain. The Zoom is not allowed in China, or doesn't operate in China. You know the rules of some countries.
Okay.
I'll have to start by apologizing.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thanks.
Okay.
We have an indication from IT if the matter has been resolved.
Minister of Police. And you should have been here, my sister. Honorable Nkebo.
Honorable Minister, are you able to hear me? This is the Deputy Chair
Recording
of the NCOP.
in progress.
Deputy Chairperson, I am able to hear you.
All right, great. If you can just give us a few minutes, we'll just get the honorable members back into their chamber, and then we will get started.
That is fine. Deputy Chairperson, I must indicate we are in China. Zoom is not allowed, so I had to join on the phone line. So I'm not able to show my face in case honorable members have a problem.
Honorable members, could you please take your seats so that we can commence with the next round of questions? All right, thank you very much, honorable members. We will now proceed. Honorable Minister, we want to extend our thanks to you for joining us from so far away, and we are glad that we are able to connect with you. And we will now proceed with the responses to the questions that were asked. And the first question was from the Honorable Medupe from the ANC. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I need to first apologize that I'm not able to show my face because where I am, Zoom does not operate, so I had to join telephonically. So the question asked by the Honorable Member in terms of measures that we are doing to prevent misuse and or abuse of resources, we have set up governance systems in the organization to strengthen the controls, and those controls are audited by the Auditor General, and there's full cooperation with the work of Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We have a follow-up question from the Honorable Modupe again from the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my question to the Minister is that are there any members who were successfully prosecuted for the commission of these crimes?
Honorable Minister, I hope you heard the question. Your response, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I did hear the question. There are cases that have been handed over to the necessary prosecution authorities, and they are working on those prosecutions. Within the organization, there have been disciplinary cases that were undertaken, and those some of the members were not found guilty, some of them who were found guilty, and depending on the penalty, some were discharged from duty or some were sanctioned accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now we go on to the follow-up question number 2 from the Honorable Brits of the DA. Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, it was reported to this House in 2021 that $50 million or 736 million rand was stolen from the State Security Agency. Has any person been arrested, and has this money been recovered?
Thank you, Honorable Brits. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The response is that the matter was handed over to the police for investigation, and that work still continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The follow-up question number 3 is from the Honorable Harris of the EFF. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Minister, there needs to be more comprehensive approaches in place if we are ever to combat fraud and corruption in the service. In light of this, which form of oversight support will be exercised so as to completely eradicate corruption?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. And the response is that there are directives in place. We are also working on establishing new additional regulations. In addition to the Auditor General, there is the Inspector General of Intelligence, who from time to time does oversight work on scheduled matters and unscheduled matters. Some matters are referred to the Inspector General by the Minister when there are areas of concern, either noted from the Auditor General or noted during the conduct of the business of the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The follow-up question number 4 is from the Honorable Mokwena of the NCOP. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, Minister. The department has put forward plans to review and revise the legal framework regulating the intelligence services to improve transparency and accountability. We would like to know, have any of these proposals been accepted by the department? And if yes, how long is the department taking and incorporating the proposed reviews into their operational processes? Thank you.
Your response, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. In terms of the high-level panel review work, and they had 76 recommendations of the of the they've got 79 recommendations. Of the 79 recommendations, 47 have been implemented, and the outstanding are awaiting the coming into effect in terms of the GLAP. And when the GLAP comes into effect, we'll then complete the remainder of the recommendations that have been made by the high-level review panel. And that work we are satisfied with. If you recall, honorable members, some of the detail of that work is that there was a requirement that there must be regulations on the coordination of intelligence to improve intelligence structures, to improve the work of NCOP, and to make sure that there's no unnecessary non-cooperation. And those regulations were then gazetted in April this year. We'll commit here, like we've committed in the National Assembly, that as soon as the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is established, we will then go and brief members of that Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence on the work done to implement those recommendations and the work we are doing to implement the remainder of the recommendations as the GLAP comes into effect.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes the questions on question number 24. We now move on to question 29 that was posed by the Honourable Godsell of the DA. Honourable Godsell, Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. In terms of the process, the GLAP indeed has been passed by Parliament. It awaits the President to accent after all the checks that have to be done for that the law is meeting all the legal requirements of the Republic. No, the President does not indicate to the Minister when he will sign the law, and that is the second part of the question. In terms of work done, we are doing work to prepare ourselves to be ready for the new organizations, including how those organizations will operate, including what type of structure we're going to have and what regulations are required to be in place, because it will also need a lot of regulations, and also to deal with the other provisions of other laws that were not necessarily met. So that work continues, and the necessary consultations are being done. We are also we've just completed the skills audit to know the capacity that the organizations have, so that we can ready even the capacity of the organizations to be the two departments to be established when we know what we have in place. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Now we have a follow-up question from the Honourable Godsell.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I think I caught all of that, but thank you, Minister. That sounds very proactive. Just a further question to the passing of the bill. Has your department begun drafting the regulations specific to this act? And if so, will they be ready for when the bill is signed into law? And what would the areas of priority thereof entail?
Thank you very much, Honourable Godsell. Your response, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. In terms, we have not started to draft the regulations because we have to start the process, the HR process, to get through. And in terms of the HR process of what we have done, we have developed a migration framework for the organization. I've indicated the skills audit. We have done the change management strategy and the employee wellness plan for the organization, because that is important. And we have just engaged, we engaged with National Treasury in preparation of the accenting into law of the GLAP to say, when the GLAP comes into effect, we need to be given time for the migration to the new organization. Initially, we had planned for that to take effect from 1st of April 2025. Given that we are not yet there in terms of the accenting of the law of the bill into law, we will request a delay of that getting into effect, and we'll engage with the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence with the level of detail. But we are doing an audit of the regulations that will have to be put in place, both in terms of the service and also in terms and in the agencies, and how do we do this, and how the support functions work, and also how the OIC, the Office of the Interception come into effect. So those regulations, when we have then done the listing, we are going to go into a process of prioritizing which ones are critical for the organization to be implemented. I would like to assure honorable members that by the time the organizations have to be set up and they to be split into two, there will be enough regulations, or there will be the relevant regulations that are required for the organizations to operate, even if it's at a minimal basis in terms of the regulations that are in place. And I say this assurance given the record since I took over as Minister of in the presidency. I have made sure that things that were not done for over years, some since the establishment of the organizations, were put in place, like the regulations on intelligence coordination is the first ever done in the history of the intelligence structure since democracy. We have put in place now the national security strategy, which guides our work. We are going to publish the national intelligence estimate and the national intelligence priorities, so which would be the first to be published in the democratic South Africa, so that we can then say when we deal with our annual plans that we are guided by these priorities. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chair. My question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now go on to the second follow-up question from the Honorable Phala of the ANC.
Thank you, Minister. With regard to strengthening the capacity of the service, there were some recommendations made by Mufumadi Commission. How far are you with regard to implementing the rest of the recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Phala. Your response, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As I've indicated earlier, we have made progress in terms of implementing the recommendations that were set up by the various panels. But what is specific to the issue raised in terms of the capacity of the agency, we have for the first time completed a skills audit of the organization. At various times when the skills audit was undertaken, there was less compliance. This time around, we've got 96% compliance. When I return, I'm sure I'll get a report. And then from that compliance, we have also started to determine the training requirements of members and also the training principles that should operate within the organization. We have also, in terms of building the capacity, indicated that we are going to meet the NQF level requirements on positions in the organization. You'll recall there were people who were hired without the necessary qualifications, and we're going to implement those. I'll provide those details to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence when it's established, and also when we finalize the consultations with the members of the service, because we have commenced the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the follow-up question number 3 from the Honorable Van den Berg of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chair. My question to the Minister, in the interest of insight, if she can explain to us what the advantage would be in dividing into 2 separate units versus functioning as 1 unit, and if separation would have an impact on internal intelligence, reporting and communication.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The splitting of the organization was part of the recommendations made by the Commission, and I will not want to venture in the high-level panel review. I will not want to venture in defending that decision, but also to legalize the work that were being done in terms of the State Security Agency. So when that recommendation was made, our duty was to make sure that we comply with that recommendation. The advantage that we also see is that currently, when there are court cases that challenge operations of a domestic service, this domestic branch, by consequence, they ask us the operations of foreign branch, which will not ordinarily have been affected. I'd like to give an example. The Amabungane judgment in terms of interceptions in the country, which is a correct judgment. It's now tying the hands of the agency, including the foreign branch, to be able to do interceptions which are foreign, which do not affect South Africans or any operations in South Africa, which then limits our ability to do intelligence or to gather intelligence abroad, which is necessary for national security. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now go on to the follow-up question number 4 from the Honorable Gericke of the EFF.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Minister. The State Security Agency is a very important department in the intelligence community, and all proposed laws and amendments pertaining to their roles and responsibilities should be prioritized and expedited. I note that this bill is pending for a long time now. The EFF is asking what are the outstanding issues or concerns that hold back the finalization of this bill to enact it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I'd like to respond to the Honorable Member as follows. If you recall, the bill was outstanding for more than 13 years. When I was appointed into office, within a period of 14 months, we had made sure that the bill was already approved by not only National Assembly, but also the NCOP. So we need, in terms of my part, we need that progress to be noted. In addition, as I indicated earlier, the regulations on the coordination of intelligence was never done, and we make sure that is done. And in terms of the bill, it received the necessary support, including the legal compliance of Parliament. But the President has a responsibility before he accents into law to make sure that he has checked all the constitutionality and compliance with legal doctrines. And that process has to be undertaken by the team that then supports the President into that. And if you recall, during the end of the sixth Parliament, a large size number of bills were then passed in the last month of Parliament being in session, which was in the period, the last period of May. And that has affected the volume or the number of bills that are being considered by the President on his table. So we are not worried in terms of the constitutionality, where we understand the volume of work that is on his table, and he will sign when he has completed the ones that came ahead. We could abuse our position that we are in the presidency and demand the fast tracking of the bill, but that would be unfair to other departments whose bills came earlier. Our bill is one of the bills that came last because of when the ad hoc committee of the NA was done, the process of the NCOP. There were no joint rules to have the ad hoc committee, being a joint ad hoc committee of both the NA and the NCOP. So we had to the NCOP had to do its own rounds of consultations, which then took longer for the bills to be finalized. So given that we were part of the last ones to arrive on the table, we will also accept that we will have to be part of the last ones to come out of the table. But it is not affecting our work. We are able to proceed with our work and to plan the execution for the implementation of the bill. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes the questions 29. We now move on to question number 23 that was posed by the Honorable Nkonyana from the ANC. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Countering terrorism is one of the key priorities of the State Security Agency in fulfilling its counterintelligence and national security mandate. Various operational methodologies are utilized to detect and impede those suspected of being involved in terrorist activities. The country has reviewed the national security strategy, the national counter-terrorism strategy, and also compiled the national counter-financing of terrorism strategy. in order to provide a whole of government response to counter-terrorism and terror financing. And in some instances, we are working with other departments that are relevant, in particular with financing of terrorism, countering the financing of terrorism. Measures to secure the country's borders and mitigate risks associated with illegal movement and status of undocumented foreign nationals are the primary responsibility of the Department of Home Affairs and its Border Management Agency. The SSA, in accordance with its counterintelligence, coordinates the counter-terrorism response through established interdepartmental structures, where all structures in the security cluster have a representation. In terms of the second part of the question, South Africa is in an ongoing process of improving the state's ability and capacity to effectively counter the financing of terrorism, including the use of crypto and blockchain technology. In this regard, South Africa has recently completed its second terrorism financing national risk assessment, during which various threats, risks, and vulnerabilities were identified. This process identified various ways in which funds are raised, stored, moved, and then utilized by terrorist organizations and their sympathizers, and resulted in South Africa's terror financing risk to be elevated to a high risk. The SSA has the ability to effectively identify and detect terrorism financing. The agency, in close cooperation with the South African Police Service, Crime Intelligence, and the Financial Intelligence Center, has identified cases related to crypto assets and terrorism financing, which have been reported to the SAPS Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation against, and these are crimes against the state for criminal investigation. These criminal investigations are conducted through a prosecutor-guided investigation, what we call PGI process, overseen by the National Prosecuting Authority and the Priority Crime Litigation Unit, which presents the evidence in court. The transactions related to crypto assets mostly occur across various jurisdictions and require South African authorities to follow the mutual legal assistance process to obtain the respective evidence in order to prosecute in a South African court. Due to the increased use of the new financial technologies, the law enforcement agencies are in the process of bolstering the requisite specialized capacity to identify and to take action against terrorism financing in the form of new technologies. Whilst enhancing our own capacity through specialization and technical assistance training, the law enforcement agencies have increased cooperations with financial and private sector stakeholders that may have specialized capacities to investigate and prosecute cases relating to crypto assets and new technologies. In terms of addressing shortcomings related to the financing of terrorist activities, South Africa has made good progress, as has been acknowledged by the FATF via South Africa's progress in addressing FATF immediate outcome 9 related to terror financing. It should also be stated that technological innovations such as blockchain and cryptocurrencies cannot be directly equated to terror financing. The SSA is, however, working closely with the South African Reserve Bank and other law enforcement agencies to progressively strengthen regimes around these technologies to mitigate it being utilized as vehicles for facilitating criminal or terror-related crimes. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is come from Nkosi Nonkonyan.
Chairperson and honorable members, through you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the reply. And arising from your response to the question, are you in a position to advise this Honorable House whether the intelligence services have managed to direct any, to detect any persons who are using these tricks to channel funds for terrorist organizations? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Nkonyane, Chief Nkonyane, for the follow-up question. There are currently 23 cases that are being investigated in related to the financing of terrorism, And to be specific to the technologies, I cannot say because the investigators have not completed that work. But there are 23 cases that are being investigated. And maybe just to add, we are also reporting in terms of FATF, led by the National Treasury, to the FATF in October. That will improve our position in terms of work that is done in this field. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is coming from Honorable Mkenga.
Good afternoon. I just want to say happy birthday to the House Chair. Nganga amazulu avuleke. Imana yentsikelelo ine kwi-department zonke zika chairperson. Minister, while the intelligence service may have a strategy to counter terrorism, including monitoring illegal entry of foreign nationals, there have been concerns about the success of these measures, given the continuous flow of illegal entries into the country. How does the ministry plan to enhance border security and intelligence sharing to prevent terrorism risks? Furthermore, Minister, regarding the financial of terrorism through blockchain and cryptocurrencies, can the minister provide specific details on the current capabilities and resources at the intelligence services disposal to counter this threat? If the current resources are not sufficient, Minister, what steps are being taken to build capacity and strengthen the intelligence services' ability to address these sophisticated methods of funding terrorism? Finally, Minister, given the admission that more resources and training are required to fight the financing of terrorism through blockchain and cryptocurrencies, how soon can we expect the intelligence service to be fully equipped and to handle these challenges? And what specific partnerships or collaborations are being established with international bodies to keep up with global trends in counterterrorism, particularly in the areas of digital finance and cybersecurity? I thank you.
Over to you, Minister.
Happy birthday, House Chair, to yourself. And thank you for the question. I must indicate that border management and the management of entry of people, both legal in the country, is the responsibility or primary responsibility of the Department of Home Affairs and the Border Management Agency, as I've indicated earlier. Our responsibility as state security is to collect the intelligence and then advise both the Department of Home Affairs and the Border Management Agency through a forum that is established in terms of the Border Management Agency Act, that of the entities, the law enforcement entities, which includes the Department of State Security, into that, on measures that can be done, that must be done to strengthen their work as we gather that intelligence. And that, as I have indicated earlier, that work is bolstered, the coordination of intelligence and sharing of intelligence, both within the national intelligence structures, the law enforcement agencies, but also with the relevant departments as and when that arises, has been strengthened through the regulation of intelligence coordination and sharing. That is that is one part I've already explained. Unfortunately, I cannot detail the resource or the capacity of state security in terms of where we are, but we have the capacity to respond effectively. But of course, honorable members, you will accept and agree that the new technologies are evolving. They have not reached their optimum stage where they are no more changing. They are evolving, so it will mean we must also continuously evolve and build that capacity to evolve continuously. In that regard, we are continuing to do both our work in the operations level, but also in the what you call the National Communications Center, which is the center that drives technology and is used by all agencies to make sure that we're up to date. up to date. And that work that we do through the National Communication Center is not only the capacity that we must build in-house, it's also leveraging on the capacities that come from other departments of government and other entities of government, but also from the private sector, because you will recall that in this regard, in particular to relate to financing of terrorism or financing of crime in general, the banking and the financial services sector also play a critical role. So that's why in my response, I indicated the work that we're doing with the Reserve Bank, but we also have a very strong partnership with FABRIC, which is the Association of Banks in South Africa, but also the FIC, the Financial Intelligence Center. We work in a much integrated way to make sure that we are up to date and we're up to scratch. And we'll continue to build the capacity of both our service members and operatives, but also with in the use of technology and with the advance of the cyber or the digital world and the digital currencies and the digital economy and the unfortunate part of that, which are also criminal activities emanating from those events. So we'll continue to boost our capacity, but work is on hand, and if we're required to by the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, we'll provide that detail as we have committed in the NA, which we can also commit in the NCOP, that when that committee is in place, we'll then also go and brief them in detail in terms of our work on cybersecurity of the country. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The next follow-up will come from DA, Mr. Pinar.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. We are sorry we cannot have you in the House today. I would, however, request if you can, when you reply, speak a bit slowly. I'm an old man, and I would like to hear my answer very clearly, please. Does the State Security Agency currently have systems in place to track and trace transactions involving blockchain cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin within the Republic? And are there mechanisms in place for recording and monitoring these transactions? Thank you, Minister.
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I will try to be slower, and I thought I was slow for my record of speaking, but I appreciate the counsel. I'll try to be slower. In terms of the capacity of state security to track and trace the use of blockchain in terms of its illegal use and other cryptocurrencies and digital currencies, it's best as SSA with its other partners have the capacity to do so. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Maybe just to clarify that the capacity that we use, it does not have to be necessarily embedded in SSA, but also in the other partners. So we have the ability to track and trace and to monitor within the partnership framework that we work together jointly to deal with this crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up comes from the PA, Honorable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, in light of the recent find of a Libyan training camp in South Africa, would you agree that our intelligence agencies have failed us? Thank you.
Over to you, Minister.
Honorable House Chair, is this a follow-up question or is it a new question?
If you feel that it's a new question, you have a right not to respond to. But then what can happen then is that the person who's posing a question can put it down for written response. Will you do that, Mr. Farmer?
Honorable House Chair, before the honorable member responds, I'm asking because I have a question that is going to be the next question I deal with, question number 6, that deals with it's question number 6. I think also another question that I deal with specific to the Libyan matter. So I would rather request that I respond to this question because it's not related to the financing of counter-terrorism. I'll request that I respond to this question when I deal with the question that has been asked on the Libyan people who were trained in Mpumalanga.
All right, noted. Noted, Minister. You'll answer it later. And then it means that then we are done with question number 23. We go straight to question number 6, asked by Honorable Kharek from the EFF in the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The detection of the Limpopo camp, as reported in the media, is a result of what you call intelligence-driven law enforcement work, and that intelligence-driven was from ourselves. Some of the individuals linked to this camp has been known and have been persons of interest to the SSA for a period of time. Although another training camp was recently detected in Mpumalanga involving Libyan nationals, the dynamics of the two camps are unrelated. The SSA, in collaboration with other relevant law enforcement agencies, remains vigilant in monitoring, dictating and investigating the potential existence of additional or other military or security training camps throughout the country. Any potential existence and specific characteristics of these training camps are currently under investigation and are subject to ongoing detection efforts with relevant authorities, which aim to determine the legality of the camps and identify any instance of illicit operations. Investigations are still ongoing to determine exactly how the weapons and ammunition were moved to the camp in Limpopo, and the SSA remains committed to the proactive detection of the illicit movement of weapons and ammunition in line with its mandate. Accountability will be determined only upon the successful completion of all relevant and ongoing investigations. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kharek.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, the sound is very poor, so I could not get all the information. But be that as it may, Madam Minister, headline news were made and expectations created by the department to the public that SAPS and intelligence are doing a good job. It sounded, however, like a false alarm because the case has fallen flat and has been withdrawn against the Libyans. Can you today assure this House that regardless of the case being withdrawn, that no illegal activities have been found in the scam? And if not, why the arrest of the Libyans in the first place? Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Though I have another question specific to that matter, because this matter was also raised linked to the other camps, I will respond to this matter in this manner. The Libyans, when they entered the country legally. And when I deal with the next questions, I'll go a bit further in. However, what was declared that they're going to do when they're in the country turned out not to be what they're supposed to do. In terms of then the requirements, which is the responsibility of Home Affairs, the Libyans had to be deported for entering the country under false pretenses. And that was done when the visas were withdrawn and they had to be deported, and they were deported. That does not affect the work of the police, who's not SSA, to investigate the illegality of the training, because that training is not the type of training that is done for security training as the pretenses were. It was a military training. The police, with the evidence provided by SSA and further evidence that is collected within the camp, will then have to submit that case and prosecute that case in terms of the camp in Mpumalanga. And they will all similarly prosecute the case in terms of the camp in Limpopo, which is delinked from the camp in Mpumalanga. And that work has not been withdrawn, that work has not stopped. The police continues to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. You know, the audio here is very bad. We can hardly hear you when you're speaking out there. So I understand the concerns which are raised by the members in the House here, but I think that you'll have to speak with the chairperson of the council that in the future, all the people who are supposed to answer questions must be in the house. They must be in the house. Because a person, I lost half of the information which is there. That's why even when coming to ruling, it's going to be very difficult. So, but I think this one is the first and the last. Will not agree to that anymore. So can we go to the next follow-up question, Honorable Pinar?
Can I just ask, just on information, that this information given by the minister is extremely important information, and we did not get it all because of poor audio. Can we ask that this, the answer of the minister, a printed version given to us? Thank you.
I think what Honorable Kharif is raising is correct. I think this session is recorded on Hansard, but what we'll also request is that because of the poor audio, the minister must give a written response so that all the people can be covered of what was the answer. So that should this thing arise again in the future, we're able to have a referral point that on this day, on the 3rd of September, the minister answered like this, so that we can hold them accountable. So Honorable Pinar, the floor is yours.
Honorable House Chair, before you call Honorable Pinar, I want to make a request. The first is that the questions, the written questions that were sent to me, we are going to submit the oral questions that were sent in written form. We are going to send the written reply. If honorable members can indulge us, the follow-up questions that they've made and send us those in writing, we commit to respond to those questions to the level that we provided here. It may not be as it is, but it will give the response in writing. I sincerely apologize for not being there, but that's why I try to join virtually. I cannot decline when the state president invites me to a delegation where we are going to discuss issues.
All right, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I've already made a ruling around that. You are going to give a written response around that. That's fine. It is not your mistake. The president invited you to go to China. It's fine. But next time we are going to schedule the questions accordingly. Honorable Pinar, the floor is yours, put.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, have any of the illegal military camps discovered so far been directly linked to terrorist organizations? If so, please provide the names of these organizations. Additionally, have any of these camps been connected to foreign countries or governments other than Libya? If so, which countries or governments have been identified? Thank you, Minister.
The floor is yours, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I must indicate that information I cannot disclose in this forum. I'll disclose that information to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence because it then compromises the work of the investigation that is being done. Thank you.
Noted is agreed. Certain things can be dealt only in the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence because we cannot compromise the country. I think that's fair. But I think that Honorable Pinar and whoever represented DA in that Joint Standing Committee will be able to get the first-hand information about the issues.
Chairperson.
Who's rising? On what point are you rising?
On the answer to my question of earlier, I haven't received one yet, and it's in the same line.
Honorable Farmer, I've just made a ruling now that whatever, because of the poor audio, the minister will be able to reply, give written replies around these issues. If that reply is going to compromise the country, that reply will be delivered in the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. So can we take that, please? And
I have heard that ruling and it's fine, sir, but that doesn't pertain to my question. My question was not about the audibility. My question was not answered totally.
Sister.
All right, Honorable Nkonya.
Thank you. Thank you. The Chief Whip is going to assist.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The ruling was still on the question posed by Honorable PLENARY. You must still come to Honorable Farmer. He's the last one in terms of follow-up questions.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Just to respond to Honorable Farmer, I think there's question number 22, which is asked by Honorable Mananiso, which is the last question which is going to be given to the Minister. Your answer will be integrated there because it is relevant. So can we allow the flow of the session, please? I've ruled on that, please. We cannot go back to that. You know? Honorable Minister can respond.
Honorable House Chair, I just responded to the question to say I'll provide the details to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. So if that was the last question, we'll have to move to question 42. I didn't hear that you calling me to respond to question 42. And as you correctly ruled, I requested that the other question of Honorable Farmer, I'll then address the detail when I deal with question 22.
All right, noted, Minister. Can we go to Honorable Ngobo from the MK party?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, the discovery of illegal military training camps in Limpopo and potentially in other parts of South Africa has exposed significant challenges in the country's national security framework. This has raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of law enforcement and intelligence operations. What steps does the department plan to take to improve its detection and prevention mechanisms to address such threats in the future? Thank you.
Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The detection of the arrest in both in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga was a result of intelligence work, and the arrests were made by law enforcement agencies. As that is an indication of the work that the entities, law enforcement agencies are doing. And why do I say so? They remember the intelligence work and the work of SSA does not mean there will not be such incidences. The issue, the requirement is when those incidences arise, are we able as collectively as the law enforcement agencies to neutralize them? And some of them, to neutralize them and to be able to detect others, you must allow some, as you continue to monitor, to exist so that you are able to then detect other links and be able to then deal with the matter comprehensively. So both the work of the camps in Mpumalanga and in Limpopo were a result of intelligence-driven work by law enforcement agencies led by SSA in terms of the intelligence provided, and therefore it's not a lack of effectiveness, it's part of the of our work. Is there room for improvement? Of course, there'll always be room for improvement, and we continue to evaluate that and improve on that. As I've indicated earlier, that we have committed at the National Assembly, and I've made the same commitment now at the NCOP, that will go into the level of granularity of detail that must be provided to members of parliament in the safe space of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, so that that committee can do oversight in saying the measures that you're saying you are taking to improve your effectiveness or your performance, are they adequate? And when you said you have done this, have you done it correctly? Could there not be a better way of you reaching the same goal in a different manner? And we'll do that through the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And the next follow-up question is from the ANC, Honorable Nuwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the answers. I just want to establish or ask the Minister to inform this House whether the department is collaborating with the Department of Home Affairs in order to curb these activities not to happen again in the future. Thank you.
What to you, Minister?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you to the Honorable Member for the question. Indeed, the State Security Agency collaborates with the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of International Relations, and other departments within the Justice and Crime Prevention cluster in terms of the work that has to be done to deal with migration and the movement of people. We are also members of the Border Management Agency Interministerial Committee as it is prescribed by the law, and we contribute our information there. Before the BMA Interministerial Committee sits, there's also the technical committee constituted of the Directors General and other officers relevant for that work. That work to make sure that the technical work and the operational work is integrated and their improvement. So we are fully cooperating and collaborating with the Department of Home Affairs and also the Department of International Relations. Members will recall when the Minister of Home Affairs appeared in the Portfolio Committee, he clarified how the visas to the Libyans, for instance, were issued in Tunis. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We're done and dusted with question 6. We're going straight to question 42, which was asked by Honorable Mkwena from the MKP. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Various initiatives have been introduced in line with the 2024-2025 annual performance plan of the SSA to improve intelligence gathering and operational capacity within the agency. The SSA operational model, guided by the following 3 critical principles, forms the backdrop to improve the intelligence gathering and operational capacity. The operational activities of the SSA are guided by supremacy of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that is the first principle, centrality and primacy of analysis in the intelligence process, second principle, and the operational direction that sets out the intelligence priorities. Organized crime and political instability that results in political killings and assassination is a key focus area in the approved 2024-2025 operational directive, as it directly undermines the authority of the state. There's organized crime and political instability and and the assassinations of people is also part of the key intelligence priorities of the country. To improve the intelligence gathering capacity, great emphasis has been placed on the strengthening of our operational analysis, both on the strategic, situational, and operational analysis level. In this regard, through the collaboration with the Intelligence Academy, a sizable group of operational members from all 9 provinces were nominated and underwent functional operational analysis training aimed at improving our analysis capacity. The improvement of the analysis capacity will assist in the target analysis, profiling, understanding the modus operandi and the phenomenon of organized crime and political assassinations, contributing to quantitative products, for example, national threat assessments and target-specific assessments, amongst others. Informed by the updated national threat assessment, operational plans with clear defined strategic intelligence and operational objectives have been reviewed and are continuously being updated. Through collaboration with SADC partners, joint operational plans have been reviewed and signed off to deal with phenomena of transnational organized crime, improve coordination and information sharing with the within internal structures of the SSA and external to the SSA, which is the SAPS, crime intelligence, HAWKS, and others, through integrated multidisciplinary teams is a key element of the SSA operational strategies. You'll recall the Minister of Police have also indicated that we are deploying multidisciplinary teams in areas where they are confronted with high organized crime incidences, such as the Western Cape, Cape Town, Eastern Cape in Gqeberha, KZN in KwaZulu-Natal, for example. Second part of the question, various commissions of inquiry into the work of intelligence, including the high-level review panel of 2018 and the expert panel into the July 2021 RSF, aptly diagnosed the causes of intelligence lapses as not necessarily due to lack of intelligence. Rather, the challenge was attributed to inadequate intelligence sharing and coordination. To alleviate this challenge, in April 2024, in the Minister and the Presidency, after consultation with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, issued the regulations for intelligence coordination. The honorable members will appreciate that since the dawn of democracy in 1994, there's never been any regulations on intelligence coordination, albeit this being a legislative requirement in terms of the National Strategic Act as amended. Essentially, the regulations compel national intelligence structures to honor their legislative mandates of supplying intelligence to the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee. They also outline appropriate interventions to be undertaken when national intelligence structures default on their legislated mandates. Moreover, and in an attempt to ensure that the public is mobilized to take responsibility for national security, in February 2024, the National Security Council approved the 2024 to 2029 National Intelligence Estimates and recommended that a public version be issued as part of National Security Public Awareness Campaign. I had committed to release that no later than October this year. Similarly, the National Security Strategy was approved by Cabinet in March 2024. Again, the recommendation of a public version of the National Security Strategy was endorsed. We proposed to the National Security Council the National Security Strategy, the public version of it be released to the public, and similarly, we will release these documents for the public no later than September, in fact, at the latest in October. With regard to the matter of strengthening the capacity of civilian intelligence structure.
Minister, your 5 minutes is gone. Your 5 minutes is gone. You'll just make a follow-up on the other questions. So the first follow-up question will come from Honorable Mkwena. Please, the floor is yours. I hope you heard half what I heard.
Thank you, Chair. It is quite a challenge, and I'm hopeful that there will be a written response, because I could hardly follow on the answer and it was going quite quickly. Could the Minister kindly clarify whether any political office bearers had been found to have abused intelligence services before? And if so, what measures were taken to ensure that investigations are free from political interference and that justice is applied uniformly, regardless of the affiliation of the person of the person who has abused such? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I must indicate the SSA has no mandate to investigate political office bearers. However, the regulations and the directives within SSA that have been put in place have been strengthened to make sure that nobody, includes members of the service or political office bearers, abuse the resources of the State Security Agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mkwena and Kaunda and company there. You know, Honorable Mkwena asked good question there, and you are disturbing her. She could not follow up what the minister was doing. So the next follow-up question will come from, is going straight to Honorable Billy of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Which of the root causes for capacity in the intelligence services would the immediate implementation of the revised General Intelligence Laws Act address, and will it ensure that the cabinet ministers receiving the intelligence reports act and respond timeously to the risk and threats indicated in those reports?
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill does not only require the ministers to respond effectively, it requires also the members of the service to respond effectively and immediately. And so also the regulations of intelligence sharing and coordination, also it requires members to respond effectively, and their penalties, their consequences for non-response when members are required to act. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the next follow-up question goes to Honorable Mqinga of the EFF.
Ndiyabulela. Minister, uyacaca into yokuba kule department yakho kukho ibhinqa because uthetha kamandi. Kodwa Minister, all efforts to reform the State Security Agency to uphucula intelligence gathering and operational capacity are noted. It is concerning that organized crime and political assassinations continue to rise, suggesting that as measures uthetha ngazo ngoku may not be sufficient. Could you please provide specific details on how these reforms have translated into tangible results on the ground, and what additional steps are being taken to address persistent intelligence gaps that contribute to such crimes, Minister? Phinda kwakhona, Minister, ndithi ndoba considering the intelligence failures during events like July 2021 unrest, what specific mechanism have been put in place to ensure timely and coordinated responses to potential threats in the future? How will the ministry ensure the public that these changes are not just on paper, but are effectively enhancing the State Security Agency's capacity to protect citizens? Abantu bethu. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Mqinga. I think that even the members of the House must take cognizance of the fact that Rule 228.4 is very clear that the questions cannot have more than five sub-questions. So the minister will be given a leeway to answer what she can. So please take note of that. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I must also indicate that I'm not a Xhosa speaker and there's no translation service available to me. So the part that were spoken in Xhosa, unfortunately, I will not be able to respond to. I will then deal with the question around the allegation that says, what are the measures that have been done to deal with the problems that arose in July 2021, and where are the improvements? And in that regard, the review panel recommended that there must be improvement in intelligence sharing. I've earlier reported that we have finalized and gazetted the National Intelligence Coordinating Regulations to enable the sharing of intelligence, because that was the major failure that led to the 2021 unrest. And with that, we also indicated that those regulations are the first ever in the history of democratic South Africa to be put in place. And since the July 2021 uprising, unrest, we have not had any other, irrespective of threats by other political parties and other people, to shut down the country. We have the law enforcement agencies have been able to intervene because of that intelligence sharing, to make sure that those unrest have not been there. I will not want to name examples of the unrest or threats to shut down the country or to disorganize the country, because you don't want to encourage those who were planning to do so to then attempt, because they want to be testing whether our coordination is strong. But since 2021, there have not been any event that has shut down this country, because there's been improvement in intelligence sharing. And that's why we are confident that the work we've put in place is sufficient and is bearing fruit. And of course, there will always be room for improvement. And as you reach one level of improvement, you always aspire for the higher level. So we will not stop in terms of improving our capacity of intelligence sharing and also our capacity of effective and quick responding. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up question on this question is going to come from the ANC, Mr. Honorable Pala.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister, are there any intelligence operatives continuously being trained to deal with such heinous crimes against the people of this country? Thank you.
What to you, Minister?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. As indicated in the response, we continuously train intelligence operatives and to gain more capacity and new skills. And as I've indicated, we have from all provinces trained intelligence operatives and for analysis, profiling, and also in intelligence gathering in the new era of data analytics and also in the use of technology. We have also continued to train intelligence officers on the advent of cyber in terms of the operations, the operational environment where they find themselves in. And we continue to train them on the operational and the situational in environments that they find themselves in to make sure that they have capacity. That's why we've got the Intelligence Academy that continues to do work. We have also set a target for the Intelligence Academy to cooperate with other higher institutions of higher learning so that we can beef up the robustness of our training, including international bodies. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And then we'll be going to question number 22, asked by Honorable Mananiso. Can you take the podium, Minister?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. In terms of this question, I'll try to respond in a manner that does not compromise national security, that does also not jeopardize the work underway by both intelligence, the service members, and also other law enforcement agencies to deal with this. We were aware, and I'm going to slightly divert from the written response. We were aware or notified of the coming in the country of the people from Libya. We were out, and also the type of training they were coming to. They were trying to come to have. We traced them, we followed them, and we make sure that we we monitored that work. When it was necessary, we alerted the police that there is this work, and we needed to agree on how the police responds and the timing of that response in a manner that does not compromise the other work. As I've indicated, we are going to provide the details to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence in terms of when did we become aware of that and what did we do to alert other law enforcement agencies as soon as we were alerted. The SSA is also playing an advisory role to the Department of Home Affairs in terms of improving the South Africa's visa regime as part of the reforms on operational vulindlela that is led by the presidency, with a specific focus on automation of the processes. Members will recall, and as already disclosed by the Minister of Home Affairs, the visas of the Libyans, they were handwritten. They were not the ones generated by the system because of that. The SSA is also collaborating with the Border Management Agency and the Border Police to improve the biometric movement control system and the border security, respectively. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mananiso, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. My question to the Minister, noting that the sensitivity issues around this matter, I want to check if the department has any plans in place to prevent such horrific acts to happen in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Mananiso for the question. We continue to put measures to improve, and we continue to allow us to monitor certain operations so that we can learn and we can then expose. And I must indicate we had great lessons from the training camp in Mpumalanga as we track other military operations or training camps in the country so that we can prevent, whether by domestic or foreign forces, training of military people in our country illegally. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable, is it Suisa? No? Sorry, I beg your pardon. It was, in terms of what I have in front of me, it's Honorable Chirwa, but I see that she's not in the house.
Sure, but can I take it?
I beg your pardon. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Noted that this incident has a potential to threaten the safety of the state security. What informed the ministry breaching trust and integrity and the security state of security? How then the people of South Africa trust that the state security is still a reputable institution with optimal function if it is unable to flag out such interception over the prolonged period? How then are we gonna trust that the ministry is not captured when is unable to detect such occurrence? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makasine. Over to you, Minister.
Honorable House Chair, thank you. It's very good that it's not the ministry that has to do the work because I'm not a trained intelligence officer. So it is the Department of State Security Agency, and they have flagged the operations in time, as I've indicated, and that's why the way the law enforcement agencies were able to act, and that operation itself has helped us gather more information that is useful for the work we are doing to monitor those. So South Africans can feel safe because those people were not arrested by anybody else but law enforcement, and law enforcement was not alerted by anybody else but the intelligence services. Of course, media headlines are media headlines, and state security agencies does not respond to the media headlines. Our job is to make sure South Africans are safe and they continue to sleep in peace, knowing that there are law enforcement agencies at work, and we continue to deal with the challenges that face this country in terms of safety and security of South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Peter, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. As the UDM, we have withdrawn our questions for this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. The last follow-up question for you today, Minister, will come from the Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, a lot has been said today about the training facility in Mpumalanga. Question remains, when did intelligence services become aware of this training camp, which was advertised on the internet even before any action was taken? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The details, those details will be provided to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence when it's set up by the two houses of Parliament, and we commit to provide the relevant details to that relevant committee. It's information we cannot disclose to this platform, unfortunately. And Honorable House Chair, I would like to make a request in terms of the earlier ruling that was made, the follow-up questions that members could not hear, the responses, if I can get them in writing, because I know the honorable members had written them, then we commit to respond to those. And all the questions that were submitted to ourselves, we are going to submit the written responses within the 2 hours from now to the House, because they are written responses to the questions, the original questions sent. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Minister, thank you very much. We've come to the end of questions to the Minister and the Presidency for State Security. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for availing herself to answer the questions, although it has been a challenging session and has not worked as it we would have liked. But we will certainly make sure that we do follow up with those questions in writing to you, Minister, in order to ensure that we do get appropriate responses indeed. Honourable Minister, thanks again for availing yourself to answer the questions, as I said, under trying circumstances.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member.
Honourable members, we now move on with our question paper, I am therefore calling the Honourable Minister of Police. Just give me a moment to get to the right place. We have changed our order. Deputy Minister. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, thank you very much. If I can invite you to the podium, please. And if you can therefore proceed, Deputy Minister, to respond to question 10 from the Honourable O.D. Madupe of the ANC. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Good morning to honourable members. The South African Police Service established the Economic Infrastructure Task Teams, EITTs, in 18 districts at provincial level in 2 provinces, namely the Northwest and Mpumalanga provinces. The focus of the EITT is to combat illegal mining, essential infrastructure-related crimes, and the illicit traffic of controlled metals, precious metal, copper, aluminium, chrome, etc. Dedicated personnel have been allocated to the ITTs. The human resource requirement in terms of the Police Act as well as Public Service Act appointed members have been recruited from existing structures within each province and consist of experienced and knowledgeable personnel within their respective functional environment. The establishment of the EITTs was based on the premise of integrating operational processes, resources, and intelligence across all the operational environment of the SAPs under a single command structure in order to successfully address illegal mining and essential infrastructure-related crimes in a coherent and synergized manner. The following operation interventions are being implemented to continue the curb and or counter the scourge of illegal mining in the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality in the Northwest. In terms of the National Crime Combating Forum's Instruction 1 of 2021, an overarching crime combating strategy was registered to run from 1 February 2021 to 31 March 2025. Provincial Joint Operations and Intelligence Structures, PROFJOINTS, Illegal Mining Operation Strategy, the Intelligence Coordinating Committee, Illegal Mining Threat Risk Assessment Report, District Mine Crime Combating Forums, and Provincial Non-Ferrous Metal Priority Committee, Organized Crime Threat Assessment Processes. The SAPS has also initiated Operation Valum Godi to address illegal mining. In addition to the establishment of the EITTS, Operation Valum Godi focuses on the stabilization and normalization of illegal mining in the country by comprehensively addressing the urgent challenges posed by illegal mining and resultant criminal activities, which have led to significant revenue losses in South Africa. Through the adoption of a comprehensive and integrated approach, this plan aims to target the underlying causes of both illegal mining and associated crimes. The operation involves the South African Police Services working in collaboration with other government departments, including the South African National Defence Force, the Department of Home Affairs, and the Border Management Agency. And crime patterns and crime threat analysis and intelligence-led operations enable the proactive identification of crime generators, which are then responded to by means of targeted deployments, which include the SAPS and other government departments. These deployments are monitored and guided from provincial and district level, thereby ensuring that the modus operandi and hotspots are addressed. The deployment in terms of Operation Valum Godi also address threat-based and include drone deployments across provinces, which are utilized for information and evidence gathering. The Kuma and Kanana townships fall under the auspices of the Dr. KK district, which executes high-density intelligence-led operation in accordance with the provincial Operation Tlotlamolao and Operation Chanela. All available resources, including provincial specialized unit, such as the Organized Crime Investigation Unit, the Anti-Gang Unit, the Tactical Response Team, Public Order Policing, canine units, and the Illegal Mining Task Team are deployed to address threats associated with illegal mining. In addition, the South African Police Services chairs the Prof Joints, which includes various government departments, including Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, to conduct joint enforcement operation. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Madupi, can I ask you, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Minister, thanks for the detailed response. Has there been any marked decline in the illegal mining since the establishment of these operations? I heard you mentioning number of operations, and I'm asking myself whether are they yielding a good result, positive result for us?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, they are yielding positive results. If you can see, it seems the crime have migrated towards the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. What we have done in terms of the 3 areas that we established, Orkney, Stilfontein, the border between also in the Free State. So we've put the task team in both the Free State, the Northwest, and also the National Task Team to be able to do that. The mining security also are helping us. They're closing in Godis so that we don't have to go back to where they are. And the army are also playing a very huge role as deployed by the president of the country to do that. So for sure you have seen now from the Northwest, the illegal mining is coming to a stop. Now they've moved to extortions and other things because in here we are on them and we're making sure we deal with them decisively. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next opportunity to ask a follow-up question passes to the Honorable Brits. I beg your pardon, it's Honorable Godsell.
Thank you, House Chairperson. And speaking of Orkney, Deputy Minister, I recently did a quick visit there, and I just want to commend you on a very good operation at that specific police station. Minister, back to the question, to what extent has illegal mining syndicates become the equivalent of drug or crime gangs who fight each other over territories? And is the police's anti-gang unit able to infiltrate, and are they trained specifically to neutralize mining gangs in the same way as they focus on drug and other crime-related gangs?
Thank you very much. As I've said, that it's just that I'm not able to disclose exactly how we do the operations, but with the task team that I've mentioned, part of it is, I said, is intelligence-driven. And if you're talking about intelligence-driven, what you're saying also include what we do, because you don't want to expose your informers so that you are defeated and people are killed. That's what I'm saying. You can see that the type of crimes now have moved from illegal mining to this extortion, to killing and other things, because now they don't have space to operate. Yes, of course, in terms of the gang, as you see in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, they fight for the trend, but also in those parts of the country, we are also on them. For sure, you know that in the Eastern Cape, we are able to arrest almost 772 in terms of extortions and everything. And we're still on the ground and we're still going to
to be able to do that. So I'm not able to disclose what we do to get the information, but you hardly hear even the media talking about the illegal mining in the Northwest, but go to Extortion and others in the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Thank you very much. And also let's thank our communities, which are also assisting us in this regard. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Well done. Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next opportunity will pass to the Economic Freedom Fighters, represented by Honorable Aris.
Yeah, thank you very much. Minister, the Economic Freedom Fighters has always maintained that there is no political will or strategy for the police to respond to crime, especially the crimes involving illegal miners. This because this office has showed any or resolved dealings with illegal activities in the mining industry. And we want to know what measures you have put in place to strengthen the relationship with the Department of Home Affairs to curb illegal mining activities so that they get prosecuted and not only being deported.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. As we've said, we have the plan, and I think I've outlined it, all the teams that we have deployed in terms of illegal mining. And I said, you can see the pattern of the crime have shifted from where illegal mining was coming from. So if you are not able to see it, I'm not sure what to say. But as I said, we have deployed all this, and the army is also helping us. But also the mines are also coming on board in terms of providing security, but also in terms of closing the Mgodis. That's why we call it Operation Mgodi. So in terms of the strategy, it is working, and I think we'll continue to make sure that it works. People thought we were coming for 2 weeks for the media. It has been there, and we want to valor all the Mgodis until we go out and there's no crime like that. So it's not correct that there's no strategy. I've outlined it. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The last follow-up on this question will come from the Honorable Majola of NCOP.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, arising from your responses, you mentioned that this activity, it's posing a serious threat in terms of our both revenue enhancement and in terms of our economic growth. Going to your question, you mentioned a number of stakeholders involved and units from the SAPS, it's ITT, Valumgodi, and also the Army. It has been mentioned in this house today that the role played by the community members, it's vital. Do they form part of the operations to fight against this illegal mining? Are they forming part of the stakeholders or strategic committees that are there? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Yes, definitely they are forming part. In terms of the units that are in the SAPS, you have the IPIT, you have the Hawks, you have what we call civilian secretariat. The civilian secretariats deal with the communities, how we deal with the communities. And they are the head of civilian secretariat to show that we are serious about working with the communities is headed by the DG and also in all the provinces. So the community policing forums and all other stakeholders are then managed from that unit. And we increased the budget in this financial year so that we're able to equip our community policing forum and also communities that want to help us in terms of the torches, the badges, and also we are looking at providing some of the stipends so that they must not tire and be able to assist us in fighting crime. There is no way we can fight crime if we don't involve our communities, especially even the GBVF, where it happens in our homes where the police are not even there. So it is a very crucial element of fighting crime, and we really want to fund it very well. We're talking with Treasury to increase the budget. The agreement that we had now with the Western Cape government is piloted or is projected and led by the civilian secretariat so that everybody comes in. Yes, we are doing that and we'll still continue to do that. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, we now come to question 5, which was asked by the Honourable Gericke. You have 5 minutes to respond, Deputy Minister. Question 5.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The National Instruction 13 of 27 on case docket management describes and regulates the case docket management process, including the closing of case dockets to ensure that each docket is properly investigated and that all possible sources of information have been explored. It should be noted that the fact that a case docket has been earmarked as closed or filed, as per the terminology that is used by the South African Police Services, does not mean that the docket will not receive further attention. The case dockets in question were filed or closed in accordance with the categories that are specified in the above national instruction. Certain case dockets are fully investigated and are filed pending the arrest of the perpetrator, as a warrant of arrest have been issued for this person and have been circulated in the sub-circulation system. The case docket will immediately be reopened should the person be traced and arrested. Certain case documents are filed pending the recovery of items sought, which would have been circulated on the SAPS circulation system. The case docket will immediately be reopened, should then be circulated and recovered. Where case dockets are fully investigated, but the perpetrator is unknown and cannot be identified, it is also filed, but is placed on a brought forward system, which ensures that the case docket is re-examined periodically to review the contents of the case dockets and determine if nothing more can be done to resolve the case. As indicated above, a brought forward system is in place to ensure that case dockets that are filed dockets are automatically reopened after having been filed. Case dockets that were filed due to insufficient evidence are brought forward and are reviewed every 12 months. The brought forward process is system driven as per the SAPS investigate case docket management system. Case docket in respect of which a circulated wanted person or a circulated item of property is arrested or recovered will be reopened immediately for further investigation. Case docket in respect of which forensic investigation leads have been generated by the SAPS, forensic science laboratory, are automatically reopened when a perpetrator has been identified by means of investigation leads, which may be based on either DNA or fingerprints. Thanks very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honourable Gericke, your opportunity for a follow-up.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Madam Deputy Minister, the poor quality of investigations by detectives is not a secret, and this is why the NPA in many cases is struggling to prosecute successfully. The general public is subsequently deprived of the right to be protected by the state and feel aggrieved by the state of affairs. Can you, in your capacity, assure this House today that a renewed effort is in place to skill and train detectives to prepare them for more advanced and comprehensive investigations? And the EFF also wants to know by when can the public expect change and transformation in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Gericke. Over to you for a response, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Yes, in terms of our detective, we have short courses that they attend in order to upgrade their knowledge and also investigative skills. We also have agreements with other countries that help us to train our detectives, but we also take them through other vigorous courses so that they are able to up their game. And I don't have to assure this House, you can see that at the moment, our detectives are doing a very good job. Unfortunately, after training them, sometimes they are poached by the private sector, which lure them with higher salaries and also higher packs. So if this House can assist us to get some budget, we can be able to match the thing. But they all fish from our own pond, including the Metro Police. They all fish from the same pond as ours, but will not stop training and will not stop making sure that dockets are done and investigated in a qualitative matter. And I'm saying for the 2 months, for sure, you can actually feel it that we do that. So we still have men in blue that are prepared under this circumstance. Unfortunately, you'll find that in the current scenario, one detective is allocated 300 dockets, which is virtually impossible to do. So we would request the House to really support us to be able to get funds to train more, especially those youth who are still young and are not at work. We can just redirect them and train them in the detective and other specialized skills that we need as the SAPS, and be able to do what you said we do. We are committed, Honorable House, to be able to make sure that we deal with crime very decisively, but in the process, we want your assistance. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Using the opportunity to ask for more budget, well done. Honourable members, the next opportunity for follow-up passes on to the Honourable Nwe.
Thank you, House Chair. I think the DMS already partly answered my question as far as the continuous training. But I must highlight at DM that the alleged 5 million dockets that has been referred to, it's a quite high number. That shows there's a big challenge. And the case in point that the country is having an attention on it, which really indicates that there's a serious problem. It's before the courts for 10 years now, and that is the case of our icon, Senzo Meiwa. I hope the department is also paying attention in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nwe. Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, I don't think the 5 million dockets that have been talked about is there. In terms of facts, it's not, we don't have 5 million dockets that do that, but we take your points that we need to deal with the issue. It's just that it's the whole chain system of the justice system. We arrest, like in Kabeja, as I said, Eastern Cape, we've arrested 772 2 weeks after going there and put the operations in there. And the correctional services are already complaining that their prisons are full, they don't know where to take. And there's no way in which we can stop arresting, because there are still people who do extortion, especially to school kids, which is very urgent for us. We saw the principal that was killed. They are very urgent for us. So there's no way in which we can say, no, now the prisons are full, we're not going to arrest. We are still going to do that and arrest. Unfortunately, the supply chain in terms of the justice system and their home, the prison, is also done. Actually, one of the community members ask, why are we saying correctional service and not saying prisons? Because it's prisons and that. In terms of the Meiwa case, it's a very sad case, I must say. I don't actually even watch it because as a parent, you know, looking at, it's like a drama, Muvango, you know, which come all other. I don't know why we are even fighting it there. You know, you can see the lawyers jiggling each other and trying to get publicity, because we don't want to give an impression that you can be a superstar by doing crime. You know, you stand there in front like Bester, you know, who would stand there and want to address the community. So we'll talk to the media to assist us in terms of dealing with this issue so that we don't promote wrong things. I don't think it's fair for the Meiwa family, and I don't think it's fair for South Africans, and I don't think we should be glorifying crimes That is a crime that is painful. Somebody lost a child. It should be done in a dignified manner. When you look at the court, it's on technical issues and all other issues, but we are in contact with our Justice Department to be able to see how we can assist each other. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable Godsall, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Minister. The Service Charter for Victims of Crime in South Africa provides inter alia that victims have the right to request assistance and, where relevant, have access to available social, health and counselling services as well as legal assistance. Does the SAPS acknowledge the important role that victims play within the criminal justice system? And do they honour the provisions of the Victims' Charter, specifically to be legally represented? But moreover, do they appreciate that the input of victims or their representatives can contribute to the success of an investigation? And are you willing to give me an undertaking in this regard?
Thank you, Mr. Godsall. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Ironically, this morning at 9 o'clock, we had a meeting with the Minister of Social Development because we believe that we need to work hand in hand with them. And actually, our firm proposal is that each and every police station should have a social worker to be able to deal with the social ills and the victims. Police are taught to fight criminals, not to wipe tears or to listen to be. They appear to be hard because they're dealing with hard criminals. So we are partnering with the social development, and we gave them this proposal that they make available the social workers to us. And like us, they're talking about the budgets and other things, but we agreed that we have tasked the two DGs to be able to talk and come up with a comprehensive plan on how do we help our victim and make sure they're able to give the statement so that we're able to convict. Because the main thing is not to just have statement for the sake of having a statement. The main thing is to make sure that at the end, the victim, is able to give evidence and we get a conviction. So the Minister of Social Development was very positive about these issues, and we have given ourselves a tight time frame. We said within the 2 weeks, we should have been able to get the two departments synchronizing like we did with the metros. The Cape Town Metro, we took less than a month to sign agreement to work together so that we have all the levels of government fighting the criminals together, not necessarily having haphazard reactions. Also in the Eastern Cape, including Gauteng, where we are going to, and Tequin. So yes, I can say with certainty, this is our plan that we have to do. The other one which we are not looking at, which I think this committee should assist us, or this house, is that when the criminals are arrested, they have the rights, they see them even boasting. We eat, we work, we go to school. What about the victims? What about the victims' family? So it's high time we sue the criminals also to pay for the victims. It's not the other way around where they have to even regard our prisons as hotels. It's high time it become a hard labor, but also sue them, sell their property, and help the affected victims. So I can assure you, we are on it. Even the Department of Education, we are on them. We met with them because schools belong in schools, not on the street to be missed or shot by stray bullets. So we're meeting each and every stakeholder, and we are not going to tire. Like honorable member said, to involve everybody, to involve everyone. They just say we're working with the GNU, we work with everybody and whoever. But if we have to bring all of you screaming and kicking so that we reclaim our country from the criminals, we will do that. Some of us are threatened. Our phones are hacked. They broke into the DM Matali's house, but we are not going to relent. We are going to fight and still go. That one I promise you. I do that with honor. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. The opportunity now passes to the Honourable Van den Berg from the Freedom Front Plus. Akbara Van den Berg.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, the question of dockets being closed is a real concern. Given the fact that a citizen finds it really difficult to succeed in opening a docket these days, how disappointed is it to learn of cases being closed due to unsuccessful investigations? My question to the Deputy Minister is, how long will it be before we can make use of the unbiased and thorough management systems to be found in digital technology? And when will we be able to move away from the old pen, paper, and file systems? Will simple software that can be installed on smartphones not aid in more successful prosecutions?
Thank you, Honourable Van den Berg. Deputy Minister, your reply.
Thank you very much, House Chair. You are going to say I'm canvassing again. In terms of the technology that we found in the SAPS, it's just too low. And when we ask, some are saying 20%, but you can even see it's like 10%. So our main issue is to have money because the budget of SAPS have been cut for more than 10 years. We want to go into the technology. That was why I'm saying, in this day and age, you can't police with your eyes and your ears. You need technology to be able to do that. So if we have dockets that are done electronically, even statements from the victims, because sometimes they're so traumatized they can't even write. But if you have like a phone which can, the voice note, and they're able to do that. And in terms of also the grappers, some of the criminals do crime in jails. And we're talking to the Department of Correctional Services to say, we want to put our grappers and jam the systems, and the people who work there will use the landline if they really have to use that, so that we do some of these things. So some others I will not be able to tell you, maybe I have to tell you outside, but in terms of technology, it's not a question of matter of if and what. We do need technology. And some of us are driving it because we know how important it is. I did my doctorate, actually my topic's about e-government services, how we can go facing this challenge in terms of the budget, the software, the skills, how best can we be able to do that? My argument is to say, which is a dream, I know, that each and every policeman must be given at least a tablet so that when they go into the scene, they're able to take pictures in terms of the evidence, and then they're able to take statements, they're able to capture everything that is around there, and we just download it in court and whatever, and then the magistrate or the judge can actually see what the crime scene looked like, what was happening as they explain, and all other things. So, but they will say, I'm dreaming. But if we can do it with e-learning, where we're trying to give each and every learner a tablet, we can do that and start with our officers. That's a dream that we want to really have technology in terms of our work. I don't do paper, I do technology. And I can see they're struggling. They're still giving me papers, and I'm struggling with the papers. So rest assured, that one is on our top of the table, and we'll go to Treasury. We will put our case forth, and I hope this House, again, as you said, our campaigning, yes, I want you to support us in this endeavor. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, we now come to question 11. It relates to extortion and construction mafia. It was asked by the Honourable J.S. Mananiso. Deputy Minister, your response?
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The South African Police Service is ensuring that a coordinated multidisciplinary response to the criminal activities of the so-called construction mafia is applied in the provinces where the crime tendency have manifested itself. An investigative capacity have been established in the organized crime investigation of the serious and violent crime investigation component in the division, detective and forensic services to address the incidence of extortion and violence at construction and related crimes in all 9 provinces around the country. The SAPS also recently significantly escalated its mobilization of resource to the Eastern Cape province in response to an engagement between the community of the OR Tambo District Municipality in Kabeja and the Minister of Police. This mobilization included a specialized investigation capacity, in addition to specialized visible policing units, which are intended to stabilize the incidence of violent crime that is associated with this threat. In all of these above-mentioned interventions, the SAPS partners with all relevant internal and external stakeholders, including state-owned enterprises such as Eskom, Telkom, Transnet, Gautrains, because they are also victims of these mafias, and including the National Prosecution Authority and private stakeholders, such as Business Against Crime, South Africa, and the South African Revenue Protection Association. This is a good working relationship between all role players, and constant monitoring of all strategies and action plans ensure that operational focus is maintained. The SAPS also signed a memorandum of understanding with Business Against Crime, South Africa, to explore and utilize the expertise, information, processes, and technologies resident in the business community to enhance the initiative to fight crime. The subs have initiated the Eyes and Ears program, whereby the police and private security industry sit together in all provincial command centers as part of this partnership. The different monthly stakeholder meetings are held to discuss ways of dealing with the construction mafia issues. The reality of this crime trend, however, is that the actual number of such crime is probably more higher than which is reported, as people are reluctant to open cases and witnesses are reluctant to testify. The National Commissioner General Masemola has, however, emphasized that the justice cluster will work together to tackle crime from all angles. The SAPS has taken the initiative to improve reporting channels with regard to this type of crime threats, where the intimidation of complaints and witnesses is rife by, for example, introducing an extortion hotline in the Eastern Cape to make it easier for this crime to be reported. Individuals within communities, organizations, and businesses must be prepared to work with the SAPS in bringing these criminals to justice. And I think I'm done, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Mananiso, your follow-up, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in terms of my question, you have covered some of the issues with regards to successes as you are responding to Honorable Midupi. But my question is, what is the level of cooperation from the community in terms of testifying when there's cases in our courts? And what is it that you can tell them, those who are watching or following on YouTube, in terms of what is it that will benefit them in terms of them cooperating when we have such cases? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Member, in terms of the cooperation of the committees, I must say, like I said, they are cooperating very well. It's just that I won't be able to read you all the figures, but let me touch on the most important thing. In terms of Nelson Mandela, as from the 21st of July, when we started our operation there, in terms of property-related crimes, 60 arrests have been done. Contact crimes, 97 arrests have been effected, and other serious crime like shoplifting, theft, general fraud, 205. Police-generated crimes, 635. The drugs, 421. Of course, drink and driving, 186. Other arrest, intimidation, pointing of firearms, and DV-related arrest, 448. So I can go on and on. Also in terms of the OR Tambo, in terms of second-hand goods operations, 79, tracing operation 399, VCPs 2,189. And I'm talking about just this period only when we went there and put in our operation. So yes, it's a success, and I can say it will never have done it without the community assisting us in this matter. We had an imbizo and I was chairing that imbizo in the Eastern.
Sorry, Deputy Minister. Honourable members online, please, if I can ask you to make sure you are muted, please. Please continue, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. We had a imbizo in Gqeberha, and I was chairing the stakeholder meeting. And there was one guy who said he was a tavern owner. And then he was trying to instigate the community against the police. And I've given them 3 minutes, like the House Chair. I see the time here and always tries to respect. And when the time was up, and I said to him, please give it to other person, he started pointing at me, saying, you think you're going to succeed, you're not going to succeed. You know, so starting the threat there. And I told him, Minam from Seychelles will go outside and meet there, you know, and I'll marinate you. I'll not leave you. But you know, these are some of the things. If they dare break into a deputy minister's place, you know, they are not breaking into the minister's, deputy minister's place. They are undermining the state. And we should treat this matter as such. And as I said to you, Honorable Member, we are not going to go back. You can point fingers at us, you can jam our phones, you can break into our homes, but make sure we are not going to go back. We are on the side of the community and will remain as such. I also checked the meeting here at Hanover, here in the Western Cape, where the gang is rife. And they said a woman will not do it. And the woman showed them what a woman is capable of doing. So it's not a question of a woman, it's a question of capability, the ability and the motivation to be able to do it for our own country and for our own children and for our own future. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We now move on to the follow-up from the Honourable Badenhorst.
Deputy Minister, do you and the Minister support Minister McPherson, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure's call for a national summit with all the MECs and the Ministers in the Justice and Safety Cluster to tackle the construction mafia head-on?
Thank you, Mr. Badenhorst. Deputy Minister.
Too much, Honourable Chair. Yes, we are working very, very well with Minister McPherson. And I know others will say it's the GNU, but I think he's supporting the work that we're doing. We are also supporting him. For sure, you have seen when he talk about this thing, he talk with confidence because he knows we are behind him. Whatever he do, we'll be able to show that person a thing or two. Also, the army is with us. We can be able to do that. So we support him completely, including the human settlement department, where people occupy the issue. And in terms of, yes, we support him anytime, anything, we are able to do that. As I said, we have met with so many departments, including education, social development, correctional services, military, veterans, and defense, and also public works. And yes, we do. And then we'll work with anybody, including the communities, to be able to fight this scourge. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I now pass on to Honourable Farmer for a follow-up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, in this beautiful country of ours, there's this perception of getting away with crime. And this is causing poor people to turn to crime for an income. My question is, how does the police envisage tackling this perception about getting away with crime? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I'm disturbed from this side. The issue of crime can never be justified. Some of us grew laterally in a forum, very poor, with parents who died when we were young. And we still believe that in order for us to get out of poverty, we have to go to school. So there's no way in which you can justify crime. But I agree with you that if you have especially young people who are loitering in the street, yes, they will be forced to do crime. if you have children that go to bed without any food on their table, yes, they will do crime. If they don't have any job opportunities, even after going to school, obtaining their degrees, yes, there will be crime. And I'm pleased that our government is trying very hard to say, while we are fighting crime, trying to grow the economy. I think the minister is in China with the president there, trying to bring investors so that we're able to do that. But also from our side, as there's SAPS, you know that we are recruiting police officers. We're recruiting 10,000 a year, and it's not enough. We still have to do more. And if the defense also can be able to train some of them, it will at least ease some form of unemployment. So it's not a matter of getting away with crime. Crime is crime, and crime must be dealt with thoroughly. But as we said, some are influenced, and you are right, by socio-economic issues where we think the Department of Social Development and the Department of Education and Department of Health should come on board and assist the police so that we're able to organize on construction, mafias, drug lords, and all other serious crime. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do Honorable Chirampunga's follow-up question. Minister, construction mafias have sought their way to fix the toxic criminal culture in our communities, going as far as demanding protection fees from ordinary people seeking to survive. In majority of these cases, these instances remain unreported as the police are in alliance with the criminals who terrorize our communities. Construction mafias are behind water shedding in Tshwane, known by the system as they are the tenderpreneurs. And yet nothing is done. Give this House a tangible evidence-based system that will prove that this criminal syndicate will be done away with urgency. In the case of failure to do so, as with the failure of the police force to grasp this threat, this deadliness, we are forced to believe that the police minister, like the police you are leading, stand to benefit from this syndicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkinga. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I think I would not deny that within the police services we have rotten potatoes, and we're trying very hard to deal with them. What I didn't say to you is that when we go into an area like Western Cape, we go to the communities and then get their feelings and what they say. By the way, we start first, if we've gone to that community, to give the feedback, and then they ask new questions, then we answer them. After we finish the session with the communities, we then have a session with all station commanders. And in that meeting, you'll not want to get into there, because that's when we talk the marching orders on what units to do. One of the things that we tell them is to get out of the pockets of these criminals, because you will face us. You must be on that other side, not on our side. That is what I'm saying. The intimidation that I'm talking about also come from the pushback from inside the system, but also from outside the system. You don't think, or you don't want to think that when we dismantle a 2 billion drug, manufacturing, I don't want to call it a company, and you think the people will sit down and fold their arms. They're going to do a pushback, and we should be able to be stronger and say we are going to fight with them. So I have given, as I was answering, many instances. I can still go on with the figures to tell you what we have done in terms of contact crime, attempted murders, and every other thing. And we are not there, but we are going there. At least we see where we are going. And I can tell you, we will flush out all those who think they can still work with us and deal with criminals. That's what I'm saying. We are not going back. We are going forward. So try us. You will meet us on the way. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, DM. Deputy Minister, we now come to question number 31, which was asked by the Honourable O.J. Mokai. It relates to police vehicle repairs. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The following process is used to procure processes that is related to obtaining parts to repair South African Police Service vehicles. We use what is called the transversal term contract, which is meant by Treasury. So we apply for the procurement and financial authority from the provincial office, capture, and then await the delivery of the pass. Also, we have service level agreement and timeframes with the companies to say orders that are placed before 10 o'clock must be delivered on the same day, not later than 16 hours. Orders placed after 10 o'clock will be delivered the next day at 1 o'clock. And then bulk spare orders also must be delivered within 7 days. In instances where the designated supplier fails to deliver according to the SLA timeframes, the provincial office and the SAPS garages are advised to procure vehicle parts on a quotation basis. Poor performance by the designated suppliers is dealt with by the Divisional Commission Supply Chain Management, and the SAPS have prioritized the process of ensuring that spare parts are available at the SAPS garages as opposed to ordering when needed. The supplier, in terms of the current RT45 contract for the supply and delivery of automotive spares, is situated in Johannesburg. But in terms of the Northern Cape, their nearest station is in Bloemfontein, where they go and do minor repairs, and where it needs a major overhaul, then they use Gauteng. We are exploring a position where in each and every province they are able to order their parts there and have agreement of SLA with companies around there. But as you know, most of them are motor vehicles companies. When they deal with government, they use the RT contracts that are normally meant by the National Treasury. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honourable Mokai, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I do have a follow-up. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for the response to that question. Deputy Minister, are there any plans in place to devolve power and decentralize the function of SAPS vehicle repairs to provincialize to a local contractor in the Northern Cape? And obviously now this will apply to other provinces and other parts of the country. So I think you did touch on it, but is there a feeling or a view to decentralize that power? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mokai. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Yes, as I said, we want to decentralize. The thing is, we don't want police cars in a garage. They must be in the field there, working. We don't want to see them at ShopRite doing groceries. We don't want them to see them going around and not doing the work that they are supposed to. So yes, it is. We are trying to do that. It's just that, as you know, some of the parts, like your BMW is a certain company, it's got the monopoly over it. They can be able to say we can't open in Northern Cape in particular because it's small, but they can be able to do that in Bloemfontein, which is nearer to Northern Cape. So we're doing it to all the provinces, including ordering those parts. The problem with ordering the parts also, they will disappear. So you just have to be able to have the technology to be able to manage the space as they go out. What goes out, what gets in. I was working in the Department of Transport in Limpopo when the garage people order tires. A full load will come in, they sign for the delivery, and then the same load will go out and then go and deliver somewhere. So you just have to be able to put the technology and the cameras and everything to be able to deal with that. So as soon as we are ready in terms of devolving, that is our thing. We don't want any car at any point in time in our garages. They must go there and work where they should be deployed. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I now invite Honorable Ngobo from the MK Party.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My question to Deputy Minister is, has there been any advancement in reviewing the procurement strategies for obtaining parts to repair SAPS vehicles? This includes exploring the potential for using more localized service providers or regional repair hubs in order to improve turnaround times and ensure that police vehicles are operational and available for duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think I've said that we really want to do that, but also want to partner with Department of Science, Technology and Innovation so that we're able to produce cars. We are consumers in this country. We don't produce cars. We import cars, and all other things. So if we can be able to produce our own car, we'll then be able to localize. Maybe we should use a donkey and cart. Because at least they are localized, but unfortunately, we don't have that. And let's work together towards making sure that we improve our manufacturing industry so that most of the things we are able to localize and not necessarily order them outside. But at the moment, we'll still use what we have because the thought is there, crime is not waiting for the cars to come or to localize or to do what. We still have to do the work in terms of making sure that we deal with crime and very decisively. But I agree with you, we need to do that. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We now move to the Honorable Sawisa.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, I'm listening to your response and you're speaking about 16 hours waiting period to wait for some parts to come from either KZN or Gauteng. Furthermore, you are saying that the minor repairs are done in Free State and the major ones, which I missed the point where they are done, which means that 1,600 hours or more, there is a crime that has been committed because we are waiting for some part to be delivered from Gauteng or KZN, which means that in the whole process, more money is spent for the major repairs or the minor repairs on transportation to other provinces. Now, Deputy Minister, what are the reasons that there were no service providers that could be found in the Northern Cape or Free State, the nearest, whereby the only two provinces that were identified to give parts to the Northern Cape police stations or the Northern Cape transport are only from KZN and KwaZulu-Natal, taking into consideration that we cannot have any time wasted while we're waiting for parts or cars are being transferred somewhere else, and then the crime rate is very high, especially in the Northern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sawisa. Over to you for a response, please, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I think Honorable member is saying exactly what I've said, that these are specific cars, that the specific industry chose to locate themselves in Johannesburg or in Durban or in Bloemfontein. Let's agree that in Northern Cape, there's no industry or there's no factory that can provide for the parts. So we said, meanwhile, we can use Bloemfontein to be able to do that because, the distances there, and I don't think any business would want to now invest in that. But as we said, we want each and every province to be able to have their own supplier, but it's in terms of what we have to offer in terms of the critical mass of that business to be able to make money. So it doesn't depend on us, it depends on the business, what they want to do and what. And I agree with you, and I said it, that we want all our cars to be on the road working, not necessarily in the garage. If it was according to me, we'll not have a car sitting in the garage for more than 2 hours, if it was according to me. Unfortunately, reality sometimes ground and humble you due to the circumstances that are there out in terms of how this economy works. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The last follow-up on this particular question, opportunity goes to Mr. Patla, Honorable Pala from the ANC.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister, you have already answered my question because we are concerned about the turnaround, as the colleagues have already indicated. That let's do something. I think the government is one of the main procurement entities in the country. Let's do something so that the work can be done within each and every province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pala. Deputy Minister.
Noted with thanks. I think we take the advice, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Good, honorable members. I think we then move on to the next question. The next question is question number 1. It was asked by the Honorable H.J. van der Berg. That relates to the department's expenditure. Deputy Minister, you have 5 minutes to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. In terms of the amount spent on administration, maintenance, renovation, and the construction of police station, let me start by saying, in terms of the number of police stations that we have, the total is 1,166. And out of this 1,166, Department of Public Works is in charge of 873. And we have signed with them the service level agreement to maintain and renovate 293. And in terms of the monies, I think you can just see from there that for 293, we use 619.911 million, and the PWI 1.1 billion, and the total should be around 2.107 billion to use for maintenance. I think the issue of the Department of Public Works is very frustrating in terms of dealing with building our police station, renovating them, because we depend solely on them, and they still have to build school, they still have to build hospital, and I don't think they have the capacity that they have. When one was working somewhere in Limpopo in the Department of Education, we approached the Executive Council to use what we call the project management unit to be able to do the schools, and also we're able to deal with the pit latrines, rather than public works, and we're able to see some progress. So we are trying to put that case forth to say, if we put the PMU in place, we'll be able to go back to the Department of Public Works and say, why don't we take the 873 and renovate, maintain, and build for ourselves? So we are tight. Yes, we send letters, we send monies, but nothing is done. You know that it's not only ourselves, it's almost everybody. But we think that the solution is to go out there and check people who can be able to do that. The PMU normally will consist of your experts in terms of maintenance and construction, your quantity surveyors, your engineers, and all other things. And they'll make sure that they use the money efficiently and effectively. There's no wastage, there's no corruption, and all those kind of things. So yes, we feel the pinch. We really want to take the 873, but we can only take it after building the capacity. But I also hope that after the summit, Public Works will be able to come out with a tangible way of saying, how do we fast track this? Because the money we've transferred to them to do that. Thank you very much, House.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable van der Berg, your follow-up.
Thank you, Minister. To a large extent, you have actually also answered my follow-up, but I will mention it anyway. Maybe you can take it as an extra suggestion. Right. So, Minister, given the fact that administration and maintenance as expense vote is grouped together in your budget, Could you confirm that there's a could you confirm that there's ring-fenced funds for maintenance of police stations? If not ring-fenced, would it not be wise to separate this vote into two departments to also focus on the revamp and renewing of police stations in order to create a professional working environment? A resulting boost in morale and employee motivation would follow. And if you are doing it this way, please inform us as to the recent work performed and finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Van den Berg. Your response, Deputy Minister?
Thank you very much. I think I've done that, but in terms of the renovations and maintenance for public works, 1.1 billion have been transferred, and to our side for the 293 is 690. And I agree with you that we need to find a way of, in terms of involving people who are qualified to be able to assist us, and we take the advice with humility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and I invite Honourable Suisa again to follow up.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, taking into consideration the state of our police stations across South Africa, specifically when we speak about the Northern Cape, they are not places where you can feel like you can sit there and be comfortable. So there seems to be an apparent disregard for public safety. This demonstrates from the lack of spending on construction of police stations. In light of this, how many of the renovated police stations are fully functional that will give us positive results to fight crime? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Suisa. Deputy Minister?
Thank you very much. I think I'm the one to accept that our police stations are not in good condition. Actually, it's unfair to even have police sitting there and working from that condition. In some stations, there's no water. In some stations, there's no electricity. And it's very difficult to work in such a situation. And unfortunately, you as members of the public phone us and start to insult the officers without first understanding where they come from. In some instances, they are not even safe. We find that there are two officers at the station and they get in and mark them in. So also in terms of their own lives, they are not safe. As you know, on the 1st of September, on this Sunday, the acting president of the country and ourselves and the JCPS cluster, we were at the Union Building commemorating the 39 men and women in blue who fell on their boats. When you see their little children and their wives and husbands that they left, I normally would not even attend it. I last attended a long time ago because I would cry the whole time through. But because now I'm in here, I was forced to do that. But you know, you just run out of ways to say, their father, we're helping to fight the crime, but to a criminal come and shoot them. And the next thing, we don't protect them, but we talk about the right of the criminals who have 3 meals in the hotel and whatever. Police are useless, they are not working, they are doing this and this, not forgetting that there are those who lay their lives for us. So it is very, very painful to do that. So as long as we are here, we will be able to ensure that. That's why we're coming with innovation strategy to say, how do we take this back? And the summit that we'll have, I think, will come with a better solution to be able to do that. In some instances, a police station is just a mobile unit, you know, and then the toilet is a pit latrine there at the corner. And we expect a person to chase, you know, a criminal in that kind of situation. So it's very unfortunate, and that's why we agree with you that we need to look at other ways to say, how do we improve the issue of this infrastructure of police station? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and I invite the Honourable Swart to present the next follow-up question. Honourable Swart.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Deputy Minister, I really want to firstly acknowledge your passion and out of the heart, the will of trying to do and change and turning around the ship, really, from my side. You talked a lot of renovation and maintenance, but we must acknowledge there's also a shortage of police stations. Now, Minister, it appears that the response of the SAP is to population growth, urbanization, and human settlement developments are not being proactive and has always not demonstrated a sense of urgency. Allowing crime to take root without response in a new neighborhood has long-lasting impacts, which are often irreversible. Requests for stations upgrades and satellite stations are ignored for years or simply dismissed. Minister, with a population growth of 1.3 to 1.6% per annum, we should be getting 14 new police stations per year. And Minister, there is already a backlog as shown by your answer. And also you referred to, arrests that you've made in PE, Gabeka, and the department complaining of, overcrowding. Now, how many police stations are you envisaged to build over the next 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I will not speak without you saying I must speak. Let me say I agree with you. The population have grown. Actually, somebody was saying in 2010, remember, the policing was good and we're able to get people going to court and all those kind of things. But as we shown that from 2010, the budget of SCPs have been cut. I think education and the Minister of Finance fortunately accepted that that has been the case and it needs to be turned around. So now in terms of the ratio of one policeman is to about 250, which is just impossible. That's what I'm saying. Even one detective dealing with 300 docket is just near impossible. So the 10,000 that we're having every year is just a drop. And unfortunately, you are going to say, I need the budget. Yes, we need the budget to be able to do that, including the building of the police station. As I said, the 1,800 and odd one that have been built by Public Works. If we get the PMU, we will be able to draw, but you will not be able to build as much as you could. You could, with 1 billion or 2 billion, build a few. Because what we are also asking ourselves, honorable members, is what do we call a police station? In terms of the definition of a police station. A police station should be where your victims, if there's, GBV, they should have a way of having the privacy to be able to do that. If they are children, they should have a way of being able to do that. The police, if they work with the community and all those kind of things. So in terms of that, we are not even near that, but it's our goal to be able to do that. We are going to fight to have more budget, to be able to do our policing well. We can't be sitting here coming to you every time to talk to you about the programs and the problems that we have and the budget that we don't have. We want to come and stand here and say, you can see we are a very free country and you can feel it yourself. We don't even have to say it to you. I also agree with you that in terms of intergovernmental planning, I think we're lacking, but I've seen last week the Deputy President had the interplanning sessions for all spheres of government, because if informal settlement, just come prop up, there's no proper roads, there's no light, there's no way in which a police can come in and all those kind of things. It's a problem. Here near Hanover in the Western Cape, the Metro Police were chasing a criminal and he threw the gun to the community. Instead of giving it to the police, they ran with it to one of the mukukus there. It means they were helping crime because the same gun is going to be used against them. And we ordered our police to say, you do everything in your power and get that gun back. If you don't bring that gun back, don't come back to you. In a day, it was found, because surely people there are those who want to work with us. So that's the attitude that we have in terms of doing that. And we are in discussion with local government and human settlement to say, when you say you have settled people, there should be enough lighting, no bushes, The design should be able for easier movement, but for also patrolling and make sure that it's safe for children to be able to play, for schools, for all other recreational facilities, because some of the learners are getting into crime because they don't have anything to do. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next follow-up question will come from the Honourable Nowhere.
Thank you, House Chair. Really, we must congratulate Deputy Minister for preempting all the answers and giving questions even before they are asked. My question was going to be around the collaboration with the public works as far as maintenance to police stations. Now that you have answered and give it figures, I want to implore the Deputy Minister, as she has done on the budgets, even on this one where you are encountering frustrations with public works, the select committee under the leadership of Jay Manani, so we are there so that we can come and do oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, and we take it with the humility that you are giving to us. Thank you very much. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We now come to the last set of questions for the day. It's question number 15. It was asked by the Honourable Nkosi Nonkonyana. It relates to the murders of traditional leaders. And you have 5 minutes to respond, please, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. A total of 79 cases of murders of traditional leaders were investigated in the 2023-24 financial year. 1 case was investigated in the Eastern Cape, 76 cases in KwaZulu-Natal, and 2 in Mpumalanga. 10 cases were successfully prosecuted in KwaZulu-Natal, while the cases in the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga are still under investigation. District commanders regularly meet with local izindunas to report any threats, and imbizos are arranged with communities to communicate current trends and threats and to educate communities on crime prevention measures that should be employed. The utilization of mobile client services center contact points at identified tribal offices and the conducting of awareness campaigns in rural communities are implemented to increase police visibility in rural areas and ensure engagement between the SAPS and these communities. The traditional policing concept was launched in the Eastern Cape in December 2018, followed by 3 other identified provinces, being KwaZulu-Natal in December 2020, Mpumalanga in March 22, and Limpopo in December 2022. Engagements between the SAPS, rural communities, and traditional leaders about safety in and the policing of rural areas regularly take place at provincial and local levels within the context of the traditional policing concept. The 4 identified provinces were allocated resources such as mobile client service centers, motor vehicles, and caravans, specifically to increase their ability to reach out to rural areas that are located far from the police stations. Some tribal offices were identified.
Sorry, Advocate Pindela, could you please mute yourself? Thank you. Continue, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The 4 identified provinces were allocated resources such as mobile client service centers, motor vehicles, and caravans, specifically to increase their ability to reach out to rural areas that are located far from police stations. Some tribal offices were identified and are utilized as contact points between the police and the communities. Joint operations and awareness campaigns with stakeholders are taking place, focusing on crimes affecting rural areas, including stock theft, branding of livestock, and matters relating to youth, children, women, including gender-based violence. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Now we go to follow-up questions from the Honourable Nonkonyana, the ANC.
Deputy Chair and honourable members, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Minister, for such an elaborate response to my question. Just before I ask you a follow-up, I'm very, very pleased that the government is doing something about traditional policing. However, for the reasons that we have set out in your response, it is important that we need to have traditional policing. And because the police stations are far from rural areas, and there will be therefore a case for that, because municipalities, they do have municipal police. There's no reason why traditional councils don't have traditional, so that they can cooperate. But I understand what we have said. But arising from your answer, therefore, Honorable Deputy Minister, we agree that it is the most effective way of dealing with criminals is visibly policing. However, is it possible, therefore, in the South African Police Service to increase visibility in rural areas, especially in KwaZulu-Natal in the meantime, since it has a large number of such cases? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Member, we are taking your suggestion of traditional policing, with both hands. We'll look at the possibility, like you are saying, and see how best can we be able to come with something that will assist us to be able to deal with this matter of killing of traditional leaders. In terms of visible policing, I think as we get our graduates to come in, I think we'll be able, as I said in my response, to be able to take them to the rural areas so that they are safe now in the rural areas. And I must say, at the moment, visible policing takes the large chunk of the budget. Almost 53% of our budget goes to visible policing because it's a deterrent. And we want in our mode to be able to deter and prevent rather than react. So that's why we took most of the money into the visible policing. So I agree with you that, Nkosi, that we need to increase that. And I agree with you. That's why I said in my response, some of the traditional leaders' offices that the government is building can be used maybe as satellites, or police there to assist the communities and also to be able to work with the communities from there. So we'll explore anything, but one thing that we must rest assured, we'll never do it alone. We'll do it in consultation with the House of Traditional Leaders and also with anybody who is involved in terms of the traditional leaders. We respect you so much, and because you're helping us in terms of dealing with the community issues, and we are not downplaying a role in terms of assisting us. I'm just imagining if you were not there in the rural areas, what could have happened? Yes, there might be a problem 1 and 2 there, and I'm happy that you also assist in resolving some of the problems that crop up from these traditional leaders. You're able to do that, so we respect it. Mine as a, traditional ones, we really know the role of Nkosis, and we'll do everything in our power to make sure that you are safe. It hurts to bury a king or an Nkosi, and we don't want it to be done. So with humility, we will be able to work with you to make sure that this comes to an end. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We now go on to the next follow-up question from the Honorable Kinga, the EFF.
Minister, referencing the words of the late King Zwelonke Sitau of Abaxhosa Kingdom, who stressed that the safety of our traditional leaders and our communities is crucial. It is concerning to note that the traditional policing concept launched in 2018 remains incomplete 6 years later in 2024. This prolonged delay affects the lives and security of South African citizens. How does the ministry justify this delay when it directly impacts the safety of our communities? Whether the minister can agree that this constitutes a form of negligence towards the needs of rural and traditional communities. If so, what specific steps have you taken to facilitate the full implementation of the traditional policing concept so as to ensure that it is adequately funded and effectively integrated into a formal policing framework, how will the ministry measure the impact and success of this initiative in reducing crime and safeguarding our traditional leaders and communities, as the late King Zwelonke advocated? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now, Deputy Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Member, I don't think you have read this traditional policing document, because we are busy implementing it, as NCOP have said there. So it's not a question of a paper. It's a question of protecting lives. It's like we have all the laws in the countries, but people are continuing to do crime, people are continuing to be killed and everything. We are giving you what we are doing in terms of protecting our traditional leaders, and we are giving you figures to say this is what we want to do. Other areas where you see them being low is because there's something that we are doing there. Unfortunately, there are some operations that I would not want to stand here and say we're doing 1, 2, 3, because we'll be putting the very same traditional leaders in a very dangerous position. But you've got Nkosi there next to you, can tell you how we are communicating with the traditional leaders themselves. Even the House of Traditional Leaders, we communicate with them in terms of what can be done. And I said when I responded to him, there's nothing that we can do without talking to them, without taking their suggestion. We respect them as traditional leaders, taking care of our people, especially in the rural areas, and we are not downplaying that role that they are doing, but we'll not do that without talking to them. So some of the issues will go back and forth in terms of the paper, but it doesn't stop us from doing what we are supposed to do, including the SPLUMA. If you remember the SPLUMA Act, it really brought us, into conflict, but we're able to say we'll still work together to make sure that, we distribute the land, we build schools, we build clinics, we build police stations, besides the differences that we have. And because it's a paper, we'll still come back and sit together and solve the problem. So rest assured, Honorable Member, we are doing all our best to make sure that visible policing and the traditional leaders are protected, and will continue to do that. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We now go on to the third follow-up question from the Honorable Peter from the UDM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Today is not our day as a UDM. We allow the ruling party to take measures to protect its own citizens. Our day is for tomorrow. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. The last follow-up question is from the Honorable Dr. Sirikhokhel from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. And like the House Chair, they always say, it's not how you start, it's how you end. So allow me just to make sure that we all woken up, and the House Chair is not here. And I want to show our commitment to the GNU and using my qualities as an Afrikaans boy from the Free State to congratulate the House Chairperson in the state visit where the President is now. And I want to congratulate her in Mandarin on her birthday. 我要祝你生日快乐，我相信你每天一个好的每天。So my question to you, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Minister, and you partly answered some of my questions, and to reference to Nkosi Ngoyama's showing about the traditional policing, but it was also launched in the Eastern Cape, in Auckland, but also in Auckland, Mpumalanga in 2022, Nguala in 2022, Waterberg in 2023, both in Limpopo, in Tshwane 2023, to just name a few. But it's still a concept, and I think you partially answer that. And what offers are you're going to make to formalize and clearly define this concept to be part and parcel of the community policing framework of guidelines of 1997, and to actually is more not more of a question, but I want you to make an undertaking to partner with the Minister of Counter, which has committed so many times that he will prioritize the stopping of political and traditional killings, which is rampant in our provinces and which was mentioned by Nkosi. So it's more of committing with Counter so that we take this thing on, because we from the rural provinces, we see this daily. I might not be a traditional leader, but in the rural provinces, we do see that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will definitely try and convey that message of good wishes to the chairperson. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. With the permission of Nkosi, we'll make him a prince. Yes, of course. No, thank you very much for the good suggestion. I think we're also taking it. We'll engage the local government, but also the House of Traditional Leaders themselves, and those who are not part of the House of Traditional Leaders, because our main aim is not to leave anybody behind. Not because we don't agree with us, we leave it behind. We want to take everybody and be able to have one that will be able to make us effective in terms of making sure that our traditional leaders are safe. I have spoken about the roles that they play in our community. Your initiation schools, you know, they go there to teach our boys manners and girls manners, how to be good adults and all other things. That is why when you commit a crime, they ask, what parent are you, where do you come from? And all those fellows that would say, we from the rural areas knows what it's all about. So yes, it's a very important thing, and I'm making ourselves committed to be able to join hands and make sure that we do that. Re tlhompha magoši a rena, re le batho ba baso, and then le ba GNU le bona ba tlhompha magoši, tsona le rena. So ka moka ga rena re santse re tlhomphe magoši a rena. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And I think on behalf of the NCOP, all members here, we want to congratulate you and thank you for making time to be here with us, and commend you for your passion and courage for in the way you have answered questions and for fulfilling your role as a Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for being here with us. Honorable members, I think we did very well today in terms of time, and we now come to the conclusion of the day's work. And once again, we convey our good wishes to the chairperson on her birthday, and we will excuse her for the rest of the evening. That concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.